the constitution.
You can get this digital one, you can come with this one.
I know.
Yes. Refresh yourself.
Doctor, no, you are welcome.
Thank you. Where are you doing here?
No problem. Why have you been hiding?
Yeah. Where did we join here?
Cool. Hold on. Have you already got her? Again, the
I'm okay. How are you?
and what?
You're doing well? You're welcome. Thank you.
Rest of the easy. I zero it in Jabazere. Sir, I've been on Gambachari or Shakan. You agree what? How about you? Have you done COVID? Have you done COVID?
No, not yet. Oh, I forgot. I will go for tomorrow's meeting. don't know.
But where is yours?
You have resolved the issues.
Not yet. The woman is stubborn. She doesn't want to leave. Now, I don't know what is wrong with her. You know, Namayingo has a lot of Kenyan money. So, everyone wants that money from the fishermen. I've been with him in my office. We checked in your office. You are not there.
Oh, I already stepped out. Sorry. I'll give you my call.
He's a good young man.
Yeah, he's a great
I saw him grow slowly as a mobilizer. When we were in the 9th Parliament, there were young boys who were doing our errands.
Okay. Oh, that is good.
He's a good young man. Katika nolwachi kaka.
Yesterday.
You didn't want to continue. You went early.
No, I was here till the end.
I left you.
I was here till the end. Till the speaker, but they registered us to speak today.
Yeah.
Hey. Hey. Yesterday I didn't want to stand up a million times. Eh?
China mind great. Vice chair tulina babiri out of 658.
You only have two.
Tudagala.
Yeah, this is Papa. He has gone there to for COVID. Have you done the COVID test? Because the COVID. Ate kuvana mayendo. Kumina biringo oli mwana ya kugera. Biragenda okole omusajja kyana. I don't know your name.
Hunter, James, Danger, Kadivo.
Hunter James.
Yes, so you can just stop at Hunter.
Hunter
Enough.
James.
Because I'm sure
Which constituency?
Kajara County.
Kajara. Let the slender lady pass. Yes.
Him and the great.
You can sit there.
These two. Dollars are safe. Your phone has been ringing.
Okay, what? The declaration?
Have you gone for the constituency?
Actually, as
Have you somebody? Has somebody come to you with the declaration? Did you get it? Did you know? Did you send him your details? But please, you should go. No, first time, please. Then send it such that we'll send you an account. We'll send you an account. Your phone.
Nanti ezo ziri mirimu. I also work in refugee camp at the Malaysia constituency. Now I have a question.
Kuleta ambulance
had
nyingi.
come to me inspired. What do I do?
Ambulance nyingi.
His constituency, it has the highest number of ambulances per capita. Ambulances per capita versus the rest of the country. Nowhere else.
Well done.
You'll find so many.
He has more ambulances than Mulago Hospital. And its referrals combined.
Exactly.
Naye nze ndowooza kyekimbeezayo tekinzigisaayo. Tekinzigisaayo.
N'ebirungi bimunyiiza.
Oyinza okirabanga ekirungi. Agamba evuganya gavumenti oyagala tulabisa.
Ani kyova olaba nkola ekisoboka kyonna obutalabikako mu social media era kapitolo yankola bubi yampa amawulire fafuluwiiki.
Oyagala kulabisa gavumenti. Teyina tojja n'ambulensi emakine n'ogitwala ekapitolo.
Ambulance, they are registered in the ministry. Nagenda okulaba nga minisita atuuse. Minisita minisita yafuna ebifaananyi n'avaayo kati nze nkole ki?
omuweereza amanya bakuweereza akawunti such that bw'ojja akawunti oba wagifuna such that bw'ojja oba olina password
Bamanya ojja kuleeta obuzi.
Honourable members, Mr. Speaker.
Prayers.
Almighty God, who in your infinite wisdom and providential goodness have appointed the offices of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of humanity, we beseech you to look upon with your abundant favor these your servants, whom you have been pleased to call to the performance of such important trusts in this land. Let your blessing descend upon them here assembled, and grant that they may, as in your presence, treat and consider all matters that shall come under their deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the good of those whose interests you have committed to their charge.
Amen. Item 2 on the order paper, communication from the chair.
Thank you, colleagues. I welcome you to today's sitting. It has been brought to my attention that there are committees which are sitting when plenary is going on. I want to inform all committee chairpersons, all committee leaderships, that when there is plenary, there is no single committee that should be holding a sitting, because all members are supposed to be in plenary, unless you have an explicit permission or clearance from the presiding officer. So, Sergeant at Arms, please check all committees which are seated, which are sitting now. They should close their business so that members are allowed. And please, whips also, talk to your chairpersons. We cannot have plenary going on and then when committees are also sitting. It will cause unnecessary confusion. Thank you, Honorable Samba. Colleagues, in accordance with Rule 176 of our Rules of Procedure, I wish to report to this House that the Appointments Committee on 30th of July 2026 vetted and approved the nomination of Mr. Juma Witonze as the Minister of State for Internal Affairs. It's a requirement that we report to this plenary, and I want to report. Also, today I will amend the order paper, provide for 2 items. One, a loan request from the Minister of Finance, and number 2, a motion from the Minister of Defense. We are going to do matters of national importance together with the Prime Minister during Prime Minister's time, and the Prime Minister has assured me that she will be here by around 3:30. So she will be in time to answer your questions, to address your issues that would arise for matters of national importance. Clerk, I think, would be starting with laying of papers, isn't it? But I'm trying to see the Minister for Finance. Yes, on what point? Yeah. Okay, only one person, Honorable Sewungu, in my communication.
Sir, and I want to thank you for the good communication. From the issue of appointments committee, incidentally, I'm a member and you are the chair. And Mr. Speaker, sir, when we are vetting these ministers, we go through a rigorous exercise and a lot of promises are made. But with your indulgence to the Prime Minister, Honorable Chihonga Doctor, what we are seeing in the public about some image for this parliament, and I don't know whether when you went to Chankwan's that was the real training, that I wish I don't believe it would have been so. But Mr. Speaker, I would pray that something is done through the Prime Minister to prevail over the situation. I am an opposition member and you will never change me. But when we come to business and work, there are things which don't appear well in the public. The bickering, scrabbling with the ministers. I've been in this institution for the last 15 years. I'm seeing it now, and it is touching, Mr. Speaker. So I would pray if the Prime Minister could be of, because he is the head of government business, kindly help us. I wouldn't like to mention names, but at least everybody is enjoying social media on what is happening with the minister. If the number is too big, go back and reduce it. You have those who are, but a number cannot be the cause of indiscipline. Mr. Speaker, I think, Honorable Hati, you are very well behaved. You keep time. I've not mentioned your name, Honorable. So you have your scores.
No,
but,
you know, Honorable Sewungu, that's generic. That's too general. Okay, what is the actual concern? Yeah.
So, sometimes,
since you've made it public.
Mr. Speaker, sometimes we tend to command decorum, and when I talk about what is happening in the public with some ministers, there is no need of mentioning names. I can talk about local government. I can talk on Wanifa, Kawoya, in Zimbabwe. I have seen all this. But at least I'm sure, even the Speaker himself seated where he is, he has seen some of this.
Now you're conscripting me.
I am not, but my humble plea is to see how such is not portrayed in the public.
So I will request Honorable Sewungu that you get time and you share with the Right Honorable so that you can give more details in terms of concern, and that way we shall be able to know. Now, colleagues, let's move. Honorable Karia, I can see you standing up. What is the issue?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Let's finish with
Mr. Speaker,
presiding apostle. You know, in Uganda we have only two presiding apostles. One happens to be in Parliament. Yeah. Another one is Apostle Serada. So
that's a huge compliment for me, Right Honorable Speaker.
Though I don't know the address of your church.
Oh, you are yet to get to know it damn soon. Mr. Speaker, it seems as an appointments committee, it's the only committee that is so peculiar that its report cannot be debated by this House. But now that there are challenges you are grappling with, don't you think it is high time we considered having its report debated by the House?
Okay.
So that you are enriched and avoid some of the hitches that we are hearing from Catholic.
Okay. So, Honorable, I just want to put it on record that I'm not grappling with any challenges. Yeah. We are not grappling with any challenges. These are issues of perception. Okay? There are issues of perception that go to even us we the ones who are judging some of the ministers, also the public is seeing us and talking about us differently. So there are issues of perception, but when we have specific concerns, then they are raised and they are addressed. That's why I've asked Honorable Sewungu to meet with the Right Honorable Kiyonga, and they look into some of these issues. Okay, Honorable Karuya, you had a procedure matter?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank you for the update you gave us as far as our new chambers are concerned. Right Honorable Speaker, if I remember very well in your communication, you told us that we are hoping to have those chambers complete in December next year. Right Honorable Speaker, it is very clear that this free seating generosity that you extended to us is being abused. We have members of NRM in yellow ties who come and book places on this side even before that side is complete. So I think this issue of free seating is also confusing us. My humble prayer is that since we have Zoom, those members on that side who don't have where to sit can go out and Zoom. They share the plenary when they're on Zoom. Because it is very clear that this side is supposed to be for opposition and that side for. But maybe also you can let us know when this process of free sitting is going to end. It could go for the whole term, especially when the chambers are not complete. So my procedure matter is, Right Honorable Speaker, maybe you prevail over this issue and you tell these people at least they only come when we are full. No. But when they come and there are still spaces there, it is not proper. No, thank you, Right Honorable.
Honorable colleagues, you see, time is the best judge. I told you, I said I'll be having empty seats here. I remember the other day we are in corridors where now you have empty seats. Okay? So, me, I know you very well. I don't think I've been here for 10 years for nothing. I've learned not to panic on some of these issues. I just leave it time and the public will be seeing you. Just seeing your empty seats when we are receiving allowances, when we are paid well, and we don't come here. Okay? So I'm not about to say, if you don't find a seat, go on Zoom. No, because I know you will always find a seat here. But also, some of them, I think, they are trying to be, I'm sure if I was a backbencher, I would be seated near Honorable Karuya, because Honorable Karuya has just left this side. He's been a very good friend. He has many friends this side. So Honorable colleagues coming to be near you the way you are near, it shouldn't be a problem. So colleagues, I'm done. I'm done. Okay. So next item.
Laying of papers, proposal to borrow up to euro 207,770,000 from Citibank and other financial institutions to finance the design and build of Jinja Burambuti Road.
Honourable Minister for Finance.
Right Honourable Speaker, I beg to lay on the table the proposal to borrow up to euros 207.77 million from the Citibank and other financial institutions to finance the design and build of the Jinja-Bramuti Kamlibukungu Road, 127 kilometers, and the Jinja City Roads, 10 kilometers project in Uganda. I beg to lay, Right Honourable Speaker.
Yeah, thank you, Honourable Minister. As required under Rule 162 of our Rules of Procedure, I refer the loan request to the Committee on National Economy and in consultation with the sector committee that is relevant. Out of laying of paper? Yes. Well, Honourable Nsamba.
Right Honourable Speaker, I would like to begin by congratulating the people of Kamuli for which this road will, Kamuli and Jinja City, for which this road loan as submitted by the Minister of Finance will serve. Right Honourable Speaker, why I stood up here, I just needed to know the procedure. What interests the Minister of Finance to borrow for some roads and forget completely those ones, other roads? I'll give an example. Much of the gold that comes in this country.
Honorable Msamba, procedure should be a matter under the control of the Speaker. Okay? Procedure. That's why the Speaker always has to guide on procedure. So, no, please, 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 save me. Please, I request you. Okay? I request you. Okay? These are the issues you will consider during debate. Laying of papers. That's why I said on laying of papers. Yeah? So procedure should be reserved to issues within the power of the Speaker. So the Minister deciding which road to borrow fund, what, those are not my issues. Those are his issues. But we shall question him here when we are debating. And you can even refuse to pass the loan by saying, also bring the loan for this area. Okay, so I request colleagues, don't put me in an area that is not mine. I want to remain in my boundaries. Honorable Seungo?
Mr. Speaker, within your powers, again, my procedural matter, you know that it's procedure okay to know this Parliament agreed that new districts should be given adequate attention on such loans so that they can also get some tarmac. So would it be procedure to know from the Minister when loans for new districts with no single tarmac, like Kalungu and others, will ever get money to get some tarmac?
Thank you. No, Honorable, I don't have it anywhere on record. Parliament agrees through resolutions. So if you can remind me that resolution, no, please, when I say through a resolution, you can table it here that on this day, Parliament resolved. Parliament agrees through resolutions, not opinions which members bring here. So when we say we agreed, then I need a resolution. But if they are opinions of when I was here, I submitted, that was a submission. Next. So, sectoral committee, since we have new members, so sectoral committee, you have 14 days to look through the loan, and then you see to the work plan. You report to the National Economic Committee that should conclude the process. So within 45 days maximum, we should have the report back here for consideration. Next item.
Item 3 on the other paper, designation of members to standing committees and sectoral committees in accordance with Rule 167 and 195 of the Rules of Procedure.
Government Chief Whip.
Right Honourable Speaker, pursuant to Rule 195 of the Rules of Procedure, I designate Honourable Nabaiga Aida, District Woman Representative Kalangala, to the Committee on Tourism, Trade and Industry. And further, pursuant to Rule 167, I designate Honorable Nabaiga Aida, District Woman Representative Kalangala, to the Committee on Public Accounts, Local Government. Pursuant to the same provisions, Rule 167, I designate Honorable Otto Edward McMott, Agago County, to the Committee on Rules, Privileges and Discipline, Right Honorable, this is because he had missed out on the earlier designation to a standing committee. And further, I designate Honorable Kateshumbwa Dixon, Shema Municipality, to the Committee on Budget, and redesignate Honorable Naju Masara to the Committee on Science, Technology and Innovation. I beg to submit.
Honorable colleagues, I put a question that the proposed designations approved by Parliament. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it. Now, colleagues, most of you are coming, reaching out at us as presiding officers. NRM, you are under the government chief whip. As presiding officers, we don't have any power to designate either a member of the NRM or the opposition political parties. The only members that we have powers on are independents. So kindly continue engaging the government chief whip and see how best she can sort out any pending issues or complaints. Because even when you come to us, we must go to her and him also to beg and justify and all that. So I think it should be handled that way. Yes, opposition chief whip.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, under Rule 167(2), I beg to redesignate Honourable Achom Alobo Joan, City Woman Representative for Soroti City, to the Committee of Government Assurance from the Committee of Science and Technology. Right Honourable Speaker, I beg to redesignate Honourable Serukenya David, MP Machinde Sabagabo, to the Committee of HIV, AIDS and Related Diseases from the Committee of Equal Opportunities. Right Honourable Speaker, sir, I beg to redesignate Honourable Namtawe Joan, this woman representative of Masaka District, to the Committee of Government Assurance from the Committee of Science and Technology. I beg to redesignate.
Colleagues, I put a question that the proposed designations be approved. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay. The ayes have it. Thank you. Next item.
Motion for a resolution of Parliament to support the deployment of the Uganda People's Defence Forces contingent as part of an international stabilization force in the Gaza Strip at the invitation of the United States of America.
Honourable Minister for Defence.
Right Honourable Speaker and Honourable Members, the motion is moved under Section 38(2) of the Uganda People's Defence Forces Act and Rule 61(1)(k) of the Rules of Procedure of this House. Aware that Article 210, Article 210, Clause D of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda mandates Parliament to make laws regulating the Uganda People's Defence Forces, including the deployment of troops outside Uganda. Noting that Section 38 of the Uganda People's Defence Forces Act provides that the President may deploy troops outside Uganda for purposes of peacekeeping with the approval of Parliament. Further noting that on the 7th of October 2023, Hamas and allied armed groups launched a large-scale attack in southern Israel, killing around 1,200 people, mostly civilians, and taking more than 250 hostages. In retaliation, Israel responded with a large-scale military campaign aimed at dismantling Hamas and recovering the hostages, which has caused mayhem in the Gaza Strip. Aware that the current Israeli-Palestine conflict is rooted in more than a century of competing national movements, disputed territory, repeated wars, and failed peace efforts that has led to extensive destruction in the Gaza Strip, a very high death toll, mass displacement, and severe humanitarian crisis, requiring immediate intervention to protect the civilians and allow for increased humanitarian access in parts of the affected directly by the conflict. Cognizant that the United Nations Security Council, at its 10,046th meeting on the 17th of November 2025, adopted Resolution 2803 of 2025, which among other things welcomed the establishment of the Board of Peace as a transitional administration with international legal personality that will set the framework and coordinate funding for the redevelopment of the Gaza Strip pursuant to the comprehensive plan and in a manner consistent with the relevant international legal principles until such a time as the Palestinian Authority has satisfactorily completed its reform program as outlined in various proposals, including the peace plan as presented by His Excellency Donald Trump, the President of the United States in 2020, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, the Republic of France, and can securely and effectively take back control of the Gaza Strip. Recalling that Resolution 2803 of 2025 calls upon member states and international organizations to work with the Board of Peace to identify opportunities to contribute personnel, equipment, and financial resources to its operating entities and to give full recognition to the International Stabilization Force, acts and documents. Noting that in the month of July 2026, His Excellency Donald Trump, the President of the United States, via multiple emissaries, contacted His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, the President of the Republic of Uganda, seeking Kampala's contribution to the International Stabilization Force by sending Uganda People's Defense Forces contingent. Further noting that on various dates within the month of July 2026, the Republic of Uganda, in accordance with Section 38 of the Uganda People's Defense Forces Act, has held planning meetings between the Uganda People's Defense Forces, senior leadership and officials of the United States Embassy in Kampala, as well as the leadership of the International Stabilization Fund on the deployment of Uganda People's Defense Forces contingent to the Gaza Strip. Aware that following the invitation by His Excellency Donald Trump, His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, the President of the Republic of Uganda, is ready to deploy in the Gaza Strip the desired Uganda People's Defense Forces contingent in accordance with Section 38 of the Uganda People's Defense Forces Act. Appreciating that the acceptance of the request by His Excellency Donald Trump, the President of the United States, by His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, the President of Uganda, is anchored in the following legal, diplomatic, and humanitarian and strategic justifications. 1. Participation of Uganda in the International Stabilization Force is consistent with the national objectives, in particular, National Objective 27.2, which provides that Uganda shall actively participate in international and regional organizations that stand for peace and for well-being and progress of humanity. Additionally, Uganda has a strong army with capable organizational structures which has enabled Uganda to successfully support peace operations, notably AMISOM, now AWSOM, South Sudan, Central African Republic, and various United Nations peacekeeping missions to enhance international peace and security. 3. Uganda's participation as part of the International Stabilization Force will aid in preventing further conflict in the region, thus contributing to broader international security by reducing risks of renewed armed conflict between Israel and Palestine, preventing extremist groups from exploiting instability and sabotage the ceasefire implementation process. Uganda's participation will enhance monitoring of compliance, supervise implementation of security arrangements, assist in demobilization, and support the return to normalcy of the otherwise unpleasant situation obtaining currently. Uganda's participation as part of the International Stabilization Force will guarantee an ample opportunity for antagonizing sides to plan for ushering in peace in the Gaza Strip. 6. Uganda's participation in the International Stabilization Force will contribute to elimination of terrorist cells that have greatly contributed to international terrorism, that have in the past use the Gaza Strip as a base of operations due to the ongoing conflict. Firmly committed that throughout the period of deployment, the Uganda People's Defense Forces will remain neutral, comply with international humanitarian law, protect civilians without taking sides in political disputes, and operate under clearly defined rules of engagement. Now, therefore, be it resolved by this Parliament as follows. We seek the resolution of Parliament that Parliament supports the decision of His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, to deploy the Uganda People's Defense Forces in the Gaza Strip for a peacekeeping mission in accordance with the Constitution of Uganda and Section 38 of Uganda People's Defense Forces Act. I beg to move.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Is the motion seconded? Major General Masiko, Major General Gonyi, Colonel Sylvia Meme, Colonel Christine Nekesa, Honorable Omara, I don't know whether he has a rank, Honorable Dr. Wakida, Amuria, Ngora, Honorable Captain John Bosco Kashari, Dr. John Okia, Right Honorable Prime Minister, Second Deputy Prime Minister, and the front bench, which includes finance, who will guarantee money, Attorney General ensuring the road is clear, and Minister for Health, who will ensure that our people are healthy, Honorable Bicham, Honorable Chambade, Honorable Peace, Honorable Hunter, and many of you, Honorable Wanyota, and please, many of you, Honorable Kajwenje, former Chair Defense. Yes, thank you, Honorable colleagues. Honorable Minister, do you have any, or do you want to add any additional justification, or this is enough?
I've given the justification in my motion.
Thank you. So, I open up for debate, and I'll start with the Shadow Minister for Defense. Procedure.
Thank you so much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, for the record, we are dealing with a very serious matter where we have to commit the country. We were served with the order paper for today. I acknowledge your powers to amend the order paper to introduce any matter of any nature. But given the seriousness of this matter, and in a subtle way, I saw how my good friend, Honorable Minister of Defense, brought in this, and the resolution we're about to make today. I would only, Right Honorable Speaker, wonder whether it's not procedurally right that you adjourn, you give us some time for us to address our mind to the motion, and also using our technical officers to review the previous deployments we have made. Otherwise, from my perspective, if we took this one, we passed a resolution with the ramifications thereunder, it will not be fair on our side, Right Honourable Speaker. I seek your indulgence on that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Now, honourable colleagues, I must put it on record that the Minister for Defense brought this motion much earlier. He did his part. So it was an oversight on my side for not putting it on the order paper. So I want own up. And today is Thursday, and I have been, there are on some of these issues. But, colleagues, here which are big, that depends on you. The most critical. No matter you think it's big, we are always ready. We've been reviewing. This is an issue just for debate. And of course, I was reminded earlier on order of business, Rule 26, Sub-Rule 1, that I must give government business a priority. So I have to ensure this is sorted out today. Either we accept or we don't accept, but we finish our part. Yeah. And Honorable Muira, I'm very sure with your experience, we are going to debate. Let's open the debate and you see. People are going to be, it's going to be a robust debate. Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, much as I would have no objection for our Uganda People's Defense Forces to go for peacekeeping missions, Mr. Speaker, I have issue with our forces being in quite a number of countries. Central African Republic, DRC Congo, Somalia, Sudan, mention it. And now we are about to dispatch another contingent to Gaza Strip. Mr. Speaker, under normal procedure would be required as the legislature to know the performance of our missions, peacekeeping missions in these countries, and then would be able to assess and determine whether surely we are doing very well to release another force to a very risky, high-risk region like the Gaza Strip. The Speaker, because this is in the Gaza Strip, unlike these other countries I've mentioned, it is urban warfare, and it becomes very difficult to distinguish between combatants and civilians. And therefore, the risk of ambushes is extremely high. And I would want to, as a Parliament of Uganda, to be as protective to our forces as much as possible, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Now, that was a good debate. Yes. No, that's not procedure. That wasn't procedure. That was a debate. So, and I'm sure I said, you must pass.
Right, Honorable Speaker. It will be unfair for us to reject or to accept without doing the work the way Parliament is supposed to do it. The matter of deploying our soldiers to a very risky place like Gaza, where Israel strikes every now and again, Right Honorable Speaker, cannot be just casually passed here. We have to prepare enough.
Honorable colleagues, please. Honorable Samba, first take your seat. Okay? Please. Please. If you know you've come here to do casual work, go out. We are doing serious work here. Okay? We are here to do serious work. Anyone who feel they are doing casual work, just get out. Please, debate. Honorable Seungo.
Mr. Speaker, sir, you see, we as members of Parliament, and even the opposition, you don't take us for the sake of thinking that whenever you have anything you want to do by government, we are against you. But your packaging sometimes is a problem. For example, you've been in the government. Dr. Chionga, Honorable Prime Minister, was a Minister of Defense. And in a number of occasions, you could take soldiers and then you come for approve after taking. Here you are today with the Council Shiriowa, Honorable Shiwa, fellow land friend. He has come to seek for motion before a deployment. Then, we were together in the Committee of Defense on Tuesday. He has fully mobilized this side, leaving out the opposition member who is his counterpart, the Minister of Defense. And I am ambushed on the floor of Parliament. But Mr. Speaker, why we come in to contest the way the motion is brought and seeking for intelligence is to have a fruitful procedure for carrying out this particular exercise. Members of Parliament from Nebi, go to a place called the Parombo and look for a person who was a sergeant called the Sergeant Okumu in the military police. He came from America for a military course, and on arriving at Bomba after 3 years, one officer, a sergeant, had committed offenses and was in prison. What happened? They said, no, who can lead this team? Said, let us send this one. The moment he arrived in Somalia, after being deployed, From America, that very night he came back. In Somalia, he was hit on arrival, and they all died. These are the things we are looking at. Mr. Speaker, sir, and the Honourable Minister of Defence. There are questions you have to ask. There are areas you want to know. That's why the Speaker was asking you, are you speaking to your motion? And you stated what you have said is enough. But there are questions you want to know. Who are going? How will they be looked after? You insulate those particular areas that are of confidential to security, but there are those that are supposed to be known by Parliament. When you talk about deploying my son, my brother, I must know the interests of his family as he's going. I must know the interests of the country. What are the interests? What are benefits? But here we are, the Speaker, of course with this number, you're going to win the motion. But facts will end up boomeranging on you. Let us debate, but give us room to give our concerns. Then those concerns can be addressed as fast as possible. Then your motion carries that day, and you
Honorable Sewungu, kindly give your concerns, okay? You see, motions of this nature, that's a problem. You see, it doesn't put weight to say, if it's a motion for deployment, you should give it this treatment. If it's a motion for where the rules are very explicit, motions which require a lot of scrutiny, assent committees. These are your rules. So you should have put it very clear in the rules, honorable colleagues, that for such an important motion, it should be referred to the Committee on Defense, scrutinize it, we call witnesses, we call former UPDF officers, we call who, but that's not what you did. So I'm only interpreting the rules you gave me. And that's why I'm confined, and I'm not ready to go outside the rules, okay? So please, let's, Honorable Sewungu, if you have any concerns, raise them, the minister should answer.
Mr. Speaker,
even if you don't conclude, raise your concerns.
No, actually, what you are saying, I'm in total agreement with you. By the more fact that the motion was sent to you, the Honourable Minister, looking at me here, would have even given us the same chance with my leader of opposition. Within those few hours before plenary, I would have prepared what to respond to. But here I am talking about Parombo, those who were killed, those who have not been paid. There are even soldiers, Mr. Speaker. So I don't know, but for me, of course, I'm not supporting your motion because it's an ambush on us. It's an ambush on us. And kindly, you are packaging. Procedure for what now? Huh?
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Ugandans vote their best to represent them in this House. And we are representatives, not delegates, meaning we should be able and have the competence to address any matter which comes. We sit on the front bench, you usually raise issues of national importance, and we respond immediately as ministers. So the point of procedure I am raising is why our colleagues are fearing to debate, because this debate...
Just sit.
Right Honorable Speaker, is it procedurally right for our colleagues to fear debate? You have given us opportunity to raise any concerns. Yes, to raise any concerns, and the Minister of Defense, the Prime Minister, and the government is here to respond to the concerns.
Thank you.
So is it in order and procedurally correct for Honorable Sewungu to fear to represent his people in Karungu to debate this innocent and very straightforward motion?
Thank you.
Which is provided for in our rules.
Thank you. Now, honorable colleagues, I think Honorable Sewungu's fear came from, I think, was it the point of, was it Honorable Mwiro against Sewungu on Samba, who said they mobilized one side. Okay? So, but you see, this is not mobilization to vote. It's a contestation of ideas. Me, I will give both sides. But colleagues, we are talking. We have representatives of the UPDF here. We are saying we're exposing them to risks, to the dangers. Let me ask Major General Masco, whether this is a problem for you, who is representing the UPDF.
No, he's an active soldier. Honorable Sewungu, you've never been even an LDU, so me and you on such issues. Hey, you are an LDU? No. Red General must go. Thank you.
Right Honorable Speaker, honorable colleagues, I stand here to fully support the motion. First of all, it's not true that this is an ambush. I know we have a government paper. One of the headlines, and you can go to records, this matter was in the public domain, that Uganda is being requested to contribute to an international stabilization force as had been resolved in the United Nations with a resolution which was being cited in the motion. This is an international stabilization force where various countries will contribute contingents. It is really very surprising that anybody would be feeling unhonored that your country, working with superpowers, is being requested to participate in such an honorable cause for peace and humanitarian cause. It's quite surprising. As for the doctrine of participation in military operations, the army is trained not to be in a dancing hall. The army is trained to defend humanity, defend territories against any levels of threats. So if you are saying UPDF is incapable of confronting any threats, test what we found in Mogadishu when a big force from a superpower had failed to contain the situation in Somalia. The first contingent which entered Mogadishu, which is an urban center, in a worse situation than what actually now is happening in Gaza Strip, should be enough testimony not to doubt the capability and the capacity of your force. You should be very, very proud as Ugandans that Uganda People's Defense Forces is viewed as the anchor of stability in a sea of turbulence regionally and now globally. I know some of you may be worried. How come it is the President of the United States that is inviting and proposing that this international stabilization force know why the shock? But that's beside the point. The doctrine of the forces is that we don't go to dance, we go to confront threats against society, against humanity. I beg to submit, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Let me pick Honorable Bamturachi Tumsime. Then, Ongso, you're coming after Honorable Tumsime.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Dear colleagues, members of Parliament, I stand here to support the motion. Two, to appreciate the Commander-in-Chief towards professionalizing the national force to an international standard now and be proud about our UPDF. Right, Honorable Speaker, by having this national force deployed outside, actually they are acquiring more skills. No wonder that's why we are on the market. How many countries are in the world? And they have not been even contacted. And these superpowers are not even buzzed about them. But they know what Uganda People's Force is. On the issue of time, Right Honorable Speaker, for the issues of security, when you are called upon to deploy, it should be with immediate effect. So I appeal to colleagues here, let us support the motion without delay, and we trust our force that it's going to acquire another grade on international standards. I support the motion and I submit.
Thank you, Major General Gonyi.
Right Honorable Speaker, in addition to what the Minister of Defense and Veteran Affairs has presented as justification, and my senior Major General Henry Masiko has presented, I wanted to add one point. That, Honorable Speaker, Uganda has submitted the name of a Ugandan to the UN seeking that he becomes the Secretary General of the United Nations. It will be direct shooting in our own legs to say that Uganda should not participate in United Nations deployment. Besides, Uganda is a member of this nation and a member of the community of nations that is required to participate in such missions that include bringing peace. We all know that the situation in Gaza is not good. It's despicable when you see how people are living. We cannot be in this house as members of the representatives of the rest of Uganda and those who want to live in a peaceful country, not to support the deployment of the UPDF to go and help members of the community that live in the Gaza Strip to have at least some semblance of peace and live normal lives like we do in our country. With that, Mr. Speaker, I submit.
Thank you. But, by the right Honorable Prime Minister, I think we are proud of our son being a candidate for the UN as a parliament. But I've been waiting to see whether you would want to seek our support, the Parliament of Uganda, to also add a voice and urge the international community. You know, if you feel we can add a voice, you can come here, you move a motion, we pass a resolution supporting our very own son, Ambassador Arutunu. It would be good. Honorable Wanyoto was an expert in Somalia. She's still. Let me first take advantage of this expert. Yes, then Honorable Chirumira. Then Ongiso. I'm coming after Honorable Wanyoto.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. For the record, I'm Lydia Wanyoto Mutende, one member of Parliament, Mbale City, and I rise to second the motion. Honorable members, like my other colleagues have said, Uganda is a member of the United Nations, and we have that obligation to stand up to the case whenever the need arises. Therefore, this is an obligation when we are called upon to contribute to an important cause like this one. But also, every time, like my colleagues have said, when you are trying to post candidates, like the case we have now, competing for the office of the Secretary General of the UN, they want to know that you showcase what you've done for the world. You don't just to go. You say we've done this, and therefore,
then we post a candidate. Our biggest strength as a country is for peace and security in the world. That one you can take to the bank. Uganda is known for contributing to the world order in peace and security, not only in East Africa, but beyond. Therefore, I think that we should fly the Ugandan flag very high, support this motion, deploy in Gaza, and we shall then have our space and position in the UN. I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you,
and
Honorable
colleagues. I support.
Honorable Ngiso Emmanuel, then Honorable.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for allowing me to say something, and particularly when Nebi is mentioned. Let me start by saying I support the motion. And I add that the sons and daughters of Nebi who have died in the line of duty, as Nebi people, we are very proud of them. And I want to state here that if in the selection, again, sons and daughters of the Greater Nebi are included, we are going to be very happy, and we are only going to give them blessings so that they go and do everything that puts Uganda high up there. So let me ask people, let nobody try to discourage our children from this exercise. And I can assure you, we are ready. And as Greater Nebi, we are bordering Congo, for instance. And because we have brothers the other side, we believe whatever our forces are doing the other side is on good this side. So if we believe that what happens in Congo affects us, we must also believe that what happens in Gaza equally affects us. It may be far, but it affects us. So I want to support this motion, and I want to say no one should discourage our children. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Hassan Chirumira. Honorable Peter Okot.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, Uganda is a member state of the OIC, the Organization of Islamic Countries, where Palestine is a member. Given that we have an umbrella which joins Muslim countries, it might raise a diplomatic issue, especially not knowing which side Uganda is going to be on in Gaza. It's a battle. It's a battle between Palestine and Israel. They all fight a different war we do not know about. It has been there for years and years. And chances are that war is not about to end with the involvement of the UPDF. Now, the big question from the mover is to clarify to the country on which side is our army going to fight with. If it is a religious war, assuming, and given that Uganda is a member state of the Organization of the Muslim Countries, is it not going to raise a diplomatic issue between Uganda and the other member states of the OIC? Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Waruswaka. Oh, Peter Okot, then Honorable Waruswaka.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, this is not the first time that Uganda as a country is deploying outside Uganda. I must say that for the first time, that government is doing the right thing first. Honoring that Parliament is important, bringing a motion before deploying. So I give them credit, and I urge them to continue doing the right thing. But Right Honourable Speaker, I think it is important that some time frame is placed to this. I remember when we deployed in Somalia, we didn't know we would stay in Somalia up to today. So it is important that some time frame is put for how long our participation is going to take in Gaza, but also our sons and daughters who will be going for deployment need to be treated well. We have information, stories from our sons and daughters who return from deployment complaining about their facilitations, that some people take advantage of their service. When they return, the package due to them either is given quarter or even not given at all. Many people who return, who are supposed to go and bond with their families, are kept in the barracks without allowing them to go back home because their facilitation have been hoarded by the people responsible. So this can also give a discouragement to selected members of the forces who are being taken for deployment. People who go for deployment need to go with open heart, clear-minded, without thinking backward that what could be the problem. So I think I support the motion so that we also participate in international arena. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, thank you, DP Whip and Shadow Minister. I hope the rope can align with you properly. But honorable colleagues, I was just reading. This is one of the issues I've tried it for up seriously, and I found, especially on the fears, I think this is the progress I've seen on it, and I was asking myself how the negotiations really took place. Hamas welcoming the force. I saw Hamas welcoming the force, and it's UN supported. It's not that it's unilateral or what. So when I saw Hamas welcoming the force, and then I saw Israel saying no, or we'll only withdraw if you put in this force, I felt that maybe this would be a big chance for Gaza to have peace. So, but he has raised very critical issues on the previous deployments. We don't want our children to go. You find the allowances are not coming. People turn against us and all that. Honorable Swaka.
Thank you, Honorable.
Honorable, procedure, just speak procedure and then.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. This is not our first time to deploy our forces for peace missions. In 2007, when we were going to deploy in Somalia, there was a motion tabled by the then Minister of Defense, who is now the Prime Minister, the Honorable Dr. Chiyonga. When that motion came to the House, it was referred to the Committee of Defense and Internal Affairs to review the terms of engagement. Among those terms, we need to know the agreement that has been signed between Uganda and the deploying organization. In this case, whether it's the UN, whether it's the US government, we don't even know yet. We also need to know the funding of this force. Who is going to fund our stay in Gaza? We also need to know so many of those details that we cannot get in the motion that the Honorable Minister has tabled. Because, Right Honorable Speaker, we are deploying lives. It's not about NRM, it's not about opposition. It's about the lives of the soldiers that we are sending for the peace mission. I think it's important that the Honorable Minister of Defense gives us, even if it's 2 days, we get these details. We scrutinize the motion.
Raise your procedure matter.
We scrutinize the motion.
Raise your procedure
Yes, my
matter.
procedure matter was, if there's already a precedent that was set in 2007 when we were deploying in Somalia, why can't it be followed now?
Thank you. Now, honorable colleagues, every parliament makes its rules of procedure. The rules of procedure is every motion that requires to go to the committee. The rules provide so. Okay? So, you might find the parliament that time its rules of procedure required that. The rules of procedure, please, I'm a custodian of the rules. Come on. Okay? So the rules of procedure I have, they don't provide for that. So I request you, next time when we are going into amendment of the rules, you propose that, so that motions of this nature, for example, loans, you can see, they provide. It should go here, this one goes here. So, and you see, whenever I'm having any matter, I refer once the rules require me to do so. Once the rules don't, my hands are tied. Honorable Warswaka.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I want to thank the Land Council and the Minister for having given this Parliament its authority and also accepted. Right Honourable Speaker, in our culture in Butaleja, they say, if I give you chicken, a basket may be full of mangoes, when it comes back, it shouldn't come empty. At least you bring banana. America has supported us severally. It is now high time, if they need our support, we also do the same. Right Honourable Speaker, America has supported us in education, in health. Right Honourable Speaker, I speaking, I also benefited from American training in engineering aspect. So, Right Honourable Speaker, I want to request members that we support. The good thing, the MPs representing the soldiers have supported. Right Honourable Speaker, the issue of Gaza, this is why fuel hiked. And if our people, they are going there, will try to reduce on the cost of living, especially in fuel, I support. However, I want to thank government this time on issues of corruption. They have started and they are biting. And I want to warn whoever will try to touch the monuments and the pay of the men and the women in uniform who will be going to offer their service. It is not business as usual. So, Right Honourable Speaker, I want to implore and I request this Parliament, as these officers go, Honourable Minister for Defence, you can call some few members, they pray for these people as they are going. Whenever you go for something, you have prayer. In Ilango, they say Lubanga, so that you give for Lubanga. And I want to implore Honourable Minister and the Government Chief Whip, these members.
Thank you. But honorable colleagues, I just want to ask you, in your constituency, because me, every soldier who happens to come from my constituency is robbing me to be deployed abroad. They are robbing me, and I'm like, you people, what are you robbing for to go to Somalia? People are robbing right and center. I don't know what is there. That's why me as a civilian, these are issues beyond me. We have one of our own who was deployed in Somalia, Honorable Bernard Otim.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. My name is Otim Bernard. Now, this is the right time to add retired sergeant, because we are talking matters of security. We are talking matters of people who serve this country. I'm giving you personal experience and also word of encouragement. I worked in Somalia under AMISOM for 1 year, 2019-2020. It is out of the money I got from Somalia that I was able to go back to school. I studied law, I'm a lawyer. And that is why I'm here. So, honorable members, life is lived once. Whether you stay in this parliament, whether you stay where, you'll die. And not everybody who has gone to Somalia or whichever mission have died. The generals are here. I was in Somalia with the Honorable Mulongo, who was our boss then. Honorable Lydia Wanyoto is there. So,
I didn't know a general can request a sergeant. I thought you ordered.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker and colleague, for giving way. I want to inform this House, building on what he was presenting, that in the structure of the UPDF, we have a full-fledged international Peace Support Training Center, single. This is a center well supported internationally. I want to allay any fears. The contingent that will be selected will not just go as if they are just moving to dance. They are going to go through the International Peace Support Training Center, and that's why my colleague who went through that center was able to survive.
Tim, conclude.
Yes, Right Honorable Speaker, in conclusion, therefore, it's important that as we send these men and women to go and provide the much needed peace in the Middle East, we pray for them. It's important that whatever matter is going to be raised here is taken in good spirit. Personally, I was the admin and personnel officer of the police contingent in Somalia. I was responsible for processing payments of all police officers, and nobody is complaining of payments. This is an assurance to the people here that in our communities, we even have town councils named Somalia. This is evidence that people who went to Somalia came back and built homes, built trading centers. So this is not just a mission. It is an economic empowerment to our men and women in uniform. And therefore stand to support the motion that our officers be deployed. Thank you.
Lop, you told me you had some issues you wanted to raise.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, as first, I want to associate myself with the submission of the Honorable from Kabula. I was in this house when Honorable Chionga came one time seeking the resolution of Parliament. And what actually happened is that after some time, we received a lot of complaints. And as several officers who actually kept on asking us that under what terms are we being deployed? Because we are deploying Uganda People's Defense Forces. We are not deploying an army belonging to an individual. That's why there is parliamentary resolution and parliamentary approval. Right Honorable Speaker, I do not want actually myself to debate from just a point of procedure, because there have been issues which have been consistently raised by people who have been deployed out of the country, and issues have not been resolved. Time and again, by us saying that we are debating this matter in this direction, we wanted an opportunity to review and then either support when we know that actually there's going to be no reoccurrence of issues which have been raised, because if a justifiable cause has been raised, and we all think that actually it is important that we do, I would still, Right Honorable Speaker, insist that if this House is to pass this motion in the form it is, then the Minister of Defense be tasked to lay on table the agreements under which our forces are going, so that we know that this is not business for few individuals within the UPDF. Honorable Chionga is here. The last time he was here, soldiers were complaining. When the agreement was laid, the agreement was talking about different amounts to be given to soldiers who are going. And officers were giving different amounts. So that's why we needed actually the details of this agreement. So because we don't want to look like we're on this side, we're just opposed to the deployment if there is good cause.
Honorable Speaker,
Honorable Minister,
the reason we are here is so we can enter into the agreement. If we enter into the agreement before coming here, you blame us for entering into the agreement before coming here. So we can talk about who is going to fund, but we cannot sign the agreement. The reason we are asking for your approval is in order for us to enter the agreement.
Thank you.
But the laying we can do.
Now, honorable colleagues, as you know, whatever we resolve, okay, here, whatever decisions we come to, we have committees which follow up on them and continue reporting periodically, okay? But I would also agree, I totally agree with the leader of opposition that indeed we would need the agreement laid here on table once concluded. If it is of classified nature, we would have a way of handling it. If there are issues, if it's open, we would have a way of handling it, okay? But what is important is that it's a matter which you don't just conclude and you say you go to sleep. You continue monitoring as an institution through the relevant committees of the House. Honourable Minister, many issues were raised. Let's first get these ones out of our way. No, colleagues, I'm allowing the minister at first. I want first listen to the minister.
The issue that was raised by Honorable Nambeshi has been, I think, well addressed by Honorable Masiko. UPDF is a trained force, not a football team. So we are ready. If you give us the permission, we have the skill and capacity to maintain the peace. Honorable Sewungu, I'm sorry, my shadow Minister of Defense, I thought by interacting with you in the committee and informing you, and we actually, Honorable Chair, I did raise this issue in the committee and a number of questions were raised. When I appeared before the committee, I did mention that I am coming to the House, seek a motion, and we discussed it, but next time I'll even give written notice. Honorable Chirumira, yes, we are a member of UOC, just like we are, IOC, sorry, just like OIC, Organization of Islamic, but we are also members of the UN. So we are going under the UN auspices. But just for your information, just for your information, the following countries have signed on to this. We shall ensure that whatever facilitation, whatever is supposed to be given to the troops is being done. The CDF troops is being done. The CDF has a purely no corruption policy in the UPDF, and I support him fully on that. I think I've finished all the issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. The question I want to seek from the Minister is that now put the question that the motion for his resolution of Parliament support the resolution of Parliament, support the deployment of the Uganda People's Defence Forces contingent as part of an international stabilization force in the Gaza Strip at the invitation we shall agree. Copy of the Hansard and transmit them to the relevant minister. Next item. We shall let's be doing the motion State of the Nation. State of the Nation as we still have gazetting. Yes. To the Committee of East African Affairs, to the Committee of Finance, Planning of East African Affairs, to the Committee of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, and Honorable to the Committee of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, and Honorable Odori John MP Kagoma North, from the Committee of Defense and Internal Affairs to the Kagoma North, from the Committee of Defense and Internal Affairs to the Committee of Physical Infrastructure. I beg to designate.
Honorable colleagues, I put a question that the proposed designations be approved. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay. The ayes have it. Next item.
Item 5 on the order paper, motion for a resolution of Parliament to express gratitude to His Excellency the President of the Republic of Uganda, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, for the clear and precise exposition of government policy contained in the State of the Nation Address to Parliament of Uganda on 4th June 2026. Debate continues.
Thank you, Honorable colleagues. I'll start with Dr. Mande Rudy, followed by Honorable James Ongu and Honorable Wembabazi Beatrice. I have the list, so I'll be reading from the list and taking off.
Including and colleagues.
Honorable, switch on the microphone.
Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, I come from Bukonzo County East in Kasese District, which is part of the Rwenzori Mountain, one of Uganda's greatest natural treasures, and a high coffee producing area. I respectfully pray that government prioritizes the construction of the Trans-Rwenzori Mountain Road that will connect from Wera, Bukonzo East, through Bukonzo East, and the other districts of Ntoroko and Bundibujo. This will be a strategic investment in tourism, national security, agriculture, mining, and also cross-border trade. Right Honorable Speaker, on industrial growth, while I appreciate the Presidential Industrial Skilling Hub in Kasese, I pray that government fast-tracks the revitalization of Kilempe mines, accelerate investment for Kasese Industrial Hub, and also the improvement of Kasese Airport into an international airport. This has capacity to boost the trade, tourism, and socio-economic transformation of the area, in addition to providing jobs to our people. Like I've stated, Bukonzo County East is one of the leading coffee producing areas in our area. I thank His Excellency the President for the government's commitment on the continued supply of free coffee seedlings. I pray that government considers establishing a nursery bed in the area. We have a government land called Nyavirongo that will ensure sustainable coffee seedlings production. On education, Right Honorable Speaker, Bukonzo County East still has 4 sub-counties that don't have a government-aided school. And these are sub-counties, each with a population of more than 30,000 people. I so pray that government thinks about establishing seed secondary schools in these areas, but also rehabilitate the aging primary schools. And there are institutions like Mutanywana Secondary School, Sadi Secondary School, and St. Teresa Girls Secondary School that should be considered for additional infrastructure like classrooms, libraries, and laboratories. Right Honorable Speaker, every rainy season that comes with anxiety for the families living in Bukonzo County East, where floods and the landslides destroy roads, homes, bridges, and livelihoods. I so pray that government comes up with long-term interventions, especially one that includes distilling River Nyamugasani and ensuring the banks are protected. Here we are protect and Nyamwamba, thank you. We are protecting an entire town council that is at the breach of being swept away by this river. In addition to the bridges, I thank Minister of Works and Transport for the 4 bridges that have been constructed in Bukonzo County East. However, one of them, which is on this river, is at a risk of being swept away as the river keeps changing course. Right, Honorable?
Thank you. Clerk, please, 3 minutes. On State of the Nation, we are doing 3 minutes. Honorable James Ongu.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. For the record, Mr. Speaker, sir, I'm the Honorable Member for Kwania North, and my name is Ongu James Star. Mr. Speaker, I rise to join colleagues in Parliament to appreciate the President of the Republic of Uganda for the well-measured speech that he presented to the nation on the 4th of June. Mr. Speaker, sir, I listened to the president, and by the time I left Kololo, I was well convinced that Uganda, and indeed the country, is on a positive trajectory. So I want to say thank you very much to the president for that. For the interest of my constituency, Kwania North, Mr. Speaker, we have this challenge of youth and youth unemployment. I want to put on record, Mr. Speaker, sir, that 62% of the youth in my constituency in Kwania are neither in education, they are neither in skills, they are also not in jobs. 62%. This is above the national average of about 52%. Mr. Speaker, sir, the youth question, not only in Kwania, not only in Lango, not only in Teso, Acholi, West Nile, Bukedi, need to be looked at by this parliament with a more microscopic exactness, Mr. Speaker. I want to add, Mr. Speaker, that if there are many youth who are redundant, who are delinquents, who are unemployed, Mr. Speaker, this presents some challenges. For example, it is a lost opportunity in terms of production. If the youth are not producing, they are not participating in production, Mr. Speaker, this is a challenge. But also in terms of social stability of the country, Mr. Speaker. If our youth are not engaged, this is a risk in terms of stability. And our senior military officers are here. And I'd like to recommend and propose two things, Mr. Speaker. We have the presidential skilling hubs in every sub-region of Uganda, Mr. Speaker, sir. Is it possible to increase the number of youth who are skilled per sub-county? At the moment.
Thank you. Honorable Wembaba's Beatrice.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. My name is Wembaba's Beatrice, the Woman Member of Parliament for Hoima District. Right Honorable Speaker, I raised to second the motion of Parliament, or resolution of Parliament, to express gratitude to the President of Uganda for his precise exposition of the government policy into the State of National Address. Right Honorable Speaker, the State of National Address clearly gave us the achievement, priorities, and the policy guidelines, policy directives that the government has undertaken. It reaffirms the commitment of government in promoting peace and security, infrastructure development, service delivery, and the well-being of the community. Going to my constituency in Hoima District, I want to bring the attention of this Parliament to the unique challenge that is facing my district, Hoima. Hoima District, Right Honorable Speaker, is experiencing a rapid population influx over the last 2 decades due to the oil and gas development. It has become a destination of workers, job seekers, investors from all over, both within the country and outside the country. Right Honorable Speaker, there is an overmatch, there is a mismatch of funding vis-a-vis the population growth in my district. I have a request to put across in this House. I request the Minister of Finance, Right Honorable Speaker, to increase the funding for Hoima and also the budget for Hoima District, because we are getting overcrowding of hospitals, overcrowding in schools. We are competing for infrastructure in our district because of the population influx. I beg to submit. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Kanabi. Jimmy?
Right Honorable Speaker, Honorable Members, I'm Kanabi Jime, MP Wiyoko South Constituency, Shadow Minister, Public Service. Right Honorable Speaker, in line with Sona held, the President emphasized to combat corruption tendencies in this country. But Right Honorable Speaker, in local government, we have vital statutory bodies like District Land Board, District Service Commission, PAC, local government, and those committees, Right Honorable Speaker, they are comprised of 5 members. But Right Honorable Speaker, to your notice, those committees are not being paid. They only survive on allowances, and always those allowances are attached to local revenue. And remember, in local governments, that is the source which is not secure. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to bring it to your attention, even to this Honorable House. Those are the committees, or those are the bodies at local government which are handling very sensitive matters. We want this Honorable House to come up with a solution over these committees, because I know all honorable members here, there is outcry for District Service Commission, District Land Board. But they are working voluntarily, but they are extorting a lot of monies from our voters. Right Honorable Speaker, on the same issue on salary disparities, it is only in Uganda where the supervisors are getting less to the people they are supervising. A case in point, Right Honorable Speaker, the Chief Administrative Officer earns 12.7 gross, and the supervisor, the person who supervises Chief Administrative Officer, those are LC5s, they are earning 2.6 gross. And even the chairman, LC3s, and honorable councillors, we need to come up with a solution over this matter. I know the government assured to increase, to do some salary enhancement to local leaders, but even this financial year, things have not yet changed. I call upon this Honorable House to take this issue very sensitive, because our comrades down there, they are suffering. I beg to submit.
Thank you. Honorable Muchibi.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I am Chief Elias Aserunjoji from Butambala. Honorable Speaker, I read the President's State of the Nation address together with the response by the Leader of the Opposition. I noted from my former profession as a journalist, we collect speeches, and there was very little to differentiate the President's speech from what he has said for over a decade. And there are pertinent issues about our country that we must do. The Leader of the Opposition, in his response, and I collected the responses of the leaders of the opposition every year, the key issues that they raise are the same. The President talks about what has to be done and then details achievements, and then the Leader of the Opposition comes out to critique it and show there's so many gaps that have not been filled. And that has become a ritual for a very long time. I think one thing that hasn't been done, and this Parliament needs to pay attention to, is to ask the key question, why? Why do the speeches tend to go back to the same things that never seem to get done? And one aspect, in the interest of time, that I think is important for this Parliament to pay attention to is program, project, policy design, and I'll give one example. The first business that we handled, serious business that we handled as this parliament, was to approve a loan for irrigation for coffee. I come from a coffee growing area, and I am very worried that over 95% of the people from Butambala who grow coffee and have relied on it for a long time are not supposed to benefit. Because the way the project was designed, it is supposed to benefit people, coffee farmers who have 10 acres, between 10 and 20 acres. Most of the coffee growers in my area have 1 acre to 5. So they are technically out. But we are talking about a very serious issue of irrigation. We want to irrigate our coffee, and then the people who are most likely to suffer from drought when it hits are those who have smaller coffee chambers because they don't have the money. Now we are contracting the biggest loan that the Ministry of Water has ever contracted to irrigate our coffee.
Thank you. Honorable Rinito Geneva, followed by Honorable Goire Moses.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. First, allow me to begin by congratulating you upon election as the Deputy Speaker of this august House. I wish you wisdom, success, and strength in leading this august House, serving our nation, Uganda. I also express my heartfelt gratitude to the people of Rubiris District for entrusting me with the mandate of representing you as the woman MP. I appreciate His Excellency, the President, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, and the NRM government for the development programs that are transforming communities through initiatives like Emyoga and Parish Development Model, as they were clearly laid out in the State of the Nation address. While acknowledging the progress, Right Honorable Speaker, allow me to draw the attention of this House to the key priorities in Rubiris District among many. In Rubiris District, there is an urgent need of upgrading the Rugazi Health Center to a district hospital. This is so urgent in the way that Rubirizi has a population which is over 160 people and is boosted.
Thank you. Honorable Goire Moses. Yeah. Will be followed by Honorable Sange Jacqueline.
Adhesive. Right Honorable Speaker, the President reaffirmed the government commitment to peace, unity, and socio-economic transformation. Right Honorable Speaker, I wish to draw the attention of this House to Article 2 burial. Right Honorable Speaker, since then, the Ikumbani of Bugwere has stayed without a substantive Ikumbania. It is my prayer to this august House and to you, the Speaker, to the government of Uganda and the line ministry, we need the ministry to intervene and restore this culture.
Sanga Jacqueline is my name, woman member of parliament from Queen District. I want to thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to speak before the honorable members of parliament today. It is my honor. Mr. Speaker, sir, Mr. Speaker, sir, Queen District maintains about 200-kilometer road, and our roads are rocky, making it difficult to be maintained. And my humble request is, I request, and by the records in the district last year, we had that one of the schools called Ngenge Seed Senior Secondary School was to be constructed. To my dismay this morning, I heard that such a one school has been dropped. I beg to request to get the clarity from this honorable house, through you, Mr. Speaker, to the Minister of Education, to give clarification to why such a single school, which could have helped our children, has been dropped. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Colleagues, it's 4 p.m. Okay, Rule 43 requires once it's 4 p.m. on a Thursday, it's Prime Minister's time. And we are late by 5 minutes. So, next item, then we shall come back to the debate.
Item 3, statement by the Right Honorable Prime Minister on government business for the succeeding week, 11th to 13th August 2026, pursuant to Rule 29 of the Rules of Procedure.
Right Honorable Prime Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker and members, good afternoon. Right Honorable Speaker, I move pursuant to Rule 29 of our Rules of Procedure as a leader of government business in Parliament to make a statement regarding business of the succeeding week. And that week is from 11th to 13th August 2026. Number 1, we shall have comprehensive ministerial statements on medical interns. Number 2, the statement of health service delivery in the country. Number 3, we shall present a comprehensive ministerial statement on the government measures to address human-wildlife conflict across the country. And number 4, a comprehensive statement on the national policy for the national cleaning days. We shall give you a comprehensive statement for you to be more knowledgeable than our people. Then we shall present a ministerial statement on the meteorological forecast of Uganda for this season. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to submit.
Thank you. Now, colleagues who had questions to do with the cleaning day, I think we can wait for that comprehensive statement. Next item.
Item 4, Prime Minister's time.
Right Honorable Prime Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker and members, you are aware I'm supposed to give written responses for 20 minutes and then oral questions thereafter. I got a question from Honorable Joyo Harriet, woman Member of Parliament, Obongi. She says that Koki Bridge construction in Obongi district, Itura sub-county, commenced on 12th February 2023 under Dr. Deep in my office. And the end date was 27th December 2023. According to her, to date, the construction is about 85% complete. And that since December 2023, the works have stalled for now 2 years, affecting effective service delivery. And her prayer is, can I update the House on the status of this bridge? Right Honorable Speaker and members, the bridge was financed under Dr. Deep. That is Development Response to Displacement Impact Project 1. That is Dr. Deep 1. The work completed so far is approximately 90%. Following implementation challenges, Right Honorable Speaker, a joint technical review was conducted by the Ministry of Works and Transport and my office and Obongi District Local Government, and it was established that the original 15-meter single span bridge design was inadequate to safely accommodate the hydraulic capacity of river coach, particularly during the periods of high flows, that is during the rainy season. Consequently, high flows of vehicles and rain. Consequently, the bridge was redesigned to a more resilient 20-meter double span structure. The revised design significantly increased the quantities of concrete, reinforcement steel, earthworks, and the associated construction works, resulting in a funding gap of 1.83 billion over and above the original contract sum of 2.44 billion. Right Honorable Speaker and members, government recognizes the inconvenience that this delay has caused to the people of that district, particularly the disruption to the movement of people, goods, and access to essential social services during the periods when the river Kochi floods. This project has been earmarked to be completed under Dr. Deep 2, which is being implemented under my office. And I promise that I will technically and personally pick interest in this matter so that this bridge is completed. And I will visit the site myself. Right Honorable Speaker, the second question came from Protasio Begumisa, MP Ndorwa East, and that the rubbish dump at Kabalega, Chanamira, Kabalaga, Chanamira sub-county Kabale, you know Kabalega from Kakumira also. The rubbish dump at Kabalaga, Chanamira sub-county Kabale is posing a serious risk to the lake Kagurusi family, to the late Kagurusi family, and the other families in the Karubanda Valley. It seems it has reached its carrying capacity and could flow downwards anytime because of topography. His prayers has looked for another location. Number 2, that we buy equipment that can turn the rubbish into something useful, such as fertilizer. Is that Kabale Municipal Council has procured 3.175 hectares of land at Kabalaga Kaharo sub-county, about 15 kilometers outside Kabale Municipal Council. By December 2026, the Municipal Council will have moved from Chanamira landfill to the new site. On the issue of buying equipment that turns waste into something useful, like fertilizer, electricity, the Ministry of Local Government has finalized the draft waste management policy. And upon approval by Cabinet, the policy will be brought to the House, because the policy proposes reforms that will help us to turn waste into wealth. Right, Honorable Speaker, the Ministry of Local Government will, in the meantime, visit the site and study the proposal to turn waste into wealth through public-private partnership. The third question came from Protazio Vegumise again, Ndorwa East. There is no all-week telecom network in areas of Kavu, Nyabichwamba, Kafunjo, and Ntalabano. Rwanda network seems stronger in these areas and interferes with communication in the areas mentioned above. And his prayer is that UCC and the ministry responsible for communication comes to the rescue of his people so that they can communicate like other Ugandans. Right, Honorable Speaker and members, this is my response. To systematically address coverage gaps in these challenging areas, government of Kivu will be addressed in the near future, but for avoidance of doubt, not later than June 2027. And approval by international bodies, including the International Communication Union, ITU. Once these frameworks are secured and aligned with the national regulations, mobile satellite services will be authorized in Uganda. Right, Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, with regard to network signaling from Rwanda, raised the matter Chuchu Road that has not been maintained. Raised the matter Chuchu Road that has not been maintained for more than 3 years now. For more than 3 years now. Muhanga, Kisizi, Kebishoni Road that has been included in the end transport. Kabale Station is currently working on maintenance of Muhanga, Kisizi, Kebishoni Road spot. That is spot grading, spot graveling, and Karavata. Rwamuchuchu was last maintained in Q1 financial year 2025-2026. However, due to heavy traffic and incremental weather, the road deteriorated very fast. That, Honorable Speaker, the fifth question came from operative units, and that is it. Number 6, Honorable Pio Dennis, Geoffrey, MP, Nuoya County, and that on their sons, release of the dead, have not been respected, and loss of lives under unclear under unclear circumstances continue to happen in customary laws and acceptable practice, customary laws and acceptable practices of the affected communities. The third one is fast track the compensation of all earlier submitted claims for damages caused to properties, crops, and lives lost. Right Honorable Speaker and crops and lives lost. Right Honorable Speaker and members, here is my response. On the prayer of Parliament, but no evidence was found at the of Parliament, but no evidence was found at the alleged scene of crime. Nevertheless, government has directed the Uganda Police Force to continue with investigations, and the culprits will be held accountable under the law. And the culprits will be held accountable under the law. Under the law. On the prayer for recovery, on the prayer for recovery and handover of compensation claims, Right Honorable Speaker and members, government acknowledges the pending compensation claims for damages to property, crops, lives lost, etc. The Ministry of Tourism, Wildlife and Antiquities, citizen, ensuring accountability of officers and balancing wildlife conservation and safety of our people. The seventh question came from Peace Tibiaze, woman MP, Jinja District. The member raised an issue regarding the presidential pledge to acquire a sugar factory for sugar farmers. She noted that while meeting sugarcane growers and millers in Mayuge District, His Excellency the President pledged that government would acquire the Mayuge sugar factory and hand it over to Busoga sugarcane outgrowers to address exploitation by millers and improve farmer outcomes. And her prayer is, could the Prime Minister update the House on the progress made in implementing this presidential directive, including expected timeline for this fulfillment? My response, Right Honorable Speaker, is that while government was advancing plans to implement the pledge, proprietors of Mayuge Sugar Industries approached government and formally expressed their willingness to sell the existing factory to government for eventual transfer to the people of Busoga. This development presented an alternative implementation option that could accelerate the realization of the presidential pledge by utilizing an already established industrial facility. Subsequently, His Excellency the President engaged the leadership and representatives of the people of Busoga and briefed them of the proposal presented by the proprietors of Mayuge Sugar Industries Limited. Having considered the proposal, the representatives of the people of Busoga expressed their concurrence with the proposed arrangement and welcomed the initiative as a viable means of fulfilling the presidential pledge. Following these engagements, His Excellency the President directed the relevant ministries, departments, and agencies to undertake comprehensive legal, financial, commercial, and technical due diligence on the proposed acquisition. The purpose of this exercise was to ensure that any eventual transaction is concluded through a legally sound, commercially viable, and financially prudent contractual framework that safeguards the public interest while securing the long-term interest of the people. Right Honorable Speaker and members, government has in the meantime already taken concrete steps towards implementing the presidential pledge. Funds were released for the acquisition of the land on which the proposed sugar factory is to be established. The identified land is situated in Bukoma village in Bukoma sub-county, Luka North constituency, Luka district, and constitutes an important milestone towards the implementation process. Question number 8 is from Honorable Opio Dennis, Geoffrey, Nuoya County, Nuoya district. That the Karuma hydropower dam project was started in 2013 and completed and officially commissioned by His Excellency the President on September 6, 2024. 13 years down the road, 118 pups meant to be resettled in 200 acres of land acquired by government in a Rapono village, Anaka sub-county, Nuoya County, in Nuoya district, are stranded, languishing in destitution and object poverty. Some of the pups, particularly the elderly, disabled, and those living positively, have since passed on without being resettled. His prayer is that what is government? What is the government's position on the plight of these project-affected persons of Karuma Hydropower Dam? Right Honorable Speaker and members, this is my response. Basically to inform you that the procurement process for the construction of resettlement houses is currently underway in accordance with the Public Procurement Disposal of Public Assets Act. The procurement opportunity has already been advertised in the print media. The process is progressing, and upon its successful conclusion, the successful contractor will be mobilized to commence construction of the settlement houses in this financial year, 2026-2027. Government remains committed to ensuring that the prayer is that can government plan a special, dedicated, international, affirmative, his prayer is that can the government plan a special, dedicated, intentional, affirmative program to construct valley dams and drill deep boreholes in the Karamoja region to supply water for consumption and water through constructing the desilting. This has been done in collaboration with ministries, departments, and agencies, specifically Ministry of Water and Environment, Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries, among others. This effort is complemented through partnership with development partners, NGOs, civil society organizations operating in Karamoja. Let Honorable Speaker and members, to further strengthen sustainable development in Karamoja, Cabinet directed the Ministry of Planning, the National Planning Authority, in September 2022 to develop a 10-year comprehensive Karamoja Regional Development Plan aligned to the National Development Plan. Cabinet approved the plan in July 2025 and implementation has commenced. The Karamoja Regional Development Plan focuses on addressing the persistent development and humanitarian challenges that have affected the region over the years. Question number 10 came from Honorable Karuya Andrew Kiza, Chiguru South. He says that following the government takeover in 2022 and the subsequent handover of its land and assets by the Church of Uganda in December 2024, Busoga University is yet to commence operations as a public university because the necessary statutory instruments to legally operationalize it have not been issued. And his prayer is, when will government issue the required statutory instruments to operationalize Busoga University as a public university, and what measures are being taken to expedite this process to enable appointment of its government organs, allocation of funding, and admission of students. Below is my response, Right Honorable Speaker and members, that the establishment of a public university requires mandatory legal, financial, and administrative processes to be completed in the prescribed statutory sequence. Substantial progress has been made, including the settlement of liabilities, transfer of the university's assets to government, development of academic programs, and preparation of the governance structure. The remaining steps relate principally to statutory approvals. The Minister of Education and Sports will present the Cabinet Memorandum. On the other hand, the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development is also processing the certificate of financial implication required to accompany the memorandum. The university's governing and administrative organs will be constituted after the statutory instruments establishing the university have been enacted. Student admission will commence after the university has been legally established and its Senate constituted, since the Senate is the organ mandated to admit students. Honorable Mariam, Uganda District. She says that besides primary transit highway linking Kampala to Busia and Mbale, the internal road network across Uganda, comprising of both feeder roads and those under management of Ministry of Works and Transport, is deeply degraded. Manual routine maintenance works are being carried out by the labor-based contractors, and mechanized maintenance work, pothole patching, road marking, and culvert replacement works are ongoing. Buwenge, Nakabugu, Kaliro Road, 15 kilometers, under Iganga District. The road is currently in good condition. Routine manual maintenance by labor-based contractors is ongoing. Grading the entire road length was completed in April 2026, and the AMCO culverts were installed. Right Honorable Speaker and members, access to Iganga rail station, that's 1 kilometer, routine manual maintenance by labor-based contractors is ongoing. Iganga Mayuge, that's 10 kilometers, under Iganga District. The road is in good condition. Manual routine maintenance works by labor-based contractors and routine mechanized maintenance works under framework, under the framework contract by ETATS Limited is ongoing. Nawandara, Nambale, Namalemba, Kisiro Road, 20 kilometers under Iganga District. The road is also in good condition. Iganga Busesa, Nawangisa, 10 kilometers under Iganga District. The road is also in good condition. Iganga Bulopa, Kamuli, 10 kilometers under Iganga District, is also in good condition. Upgrading construction works is being carried out by the contractor, Arab contractors. I got another question, Right Honorable Speaker, from Honorable Mariam, still Iganga, and this she says that at Uganda General Hospital, health care and maternal health infrastructure remain heavily congested and under-resourced due to the rising number of health service seekers from within and neighboring communities, forcing many mothers on floor spaces. And her prayer is that immediate infrastructure intervention by the Ministry of Health to expand and adequately equip the maternity and neonatal wings and definitive timelines for upgrading neighboring health center 3s and 2 and 4s to alleviate this congestion. Right, Honorable Speaker and members, my response is that government has taken note of this. And of course, you are aware that the policy is each constituency should have a health center for. Honorable Queen Tree, Grace Freedom, Ora County. Right, Honorable Speaker and members, she says we have information that the feasibility study for the 119-kilometer Nebigoli, Paida, Zombo, Zo, Wa, and Vura Road was completed way back in 2017. In October 2025, they were informed that the contract for Goli, Paida, Zombo, up to Vura Road would be signed in April 2026, and construction would commence soon after. Her prayer is that people of Zombo would like to know when the contract would be signed and when the construction of Goli, Paida, Zombo, Vura Road will commence. That Honorable Speaker and members, the feasibility studies and detailed designs for the upgrade of Goli, Paida, Zombo, Vura were completed in March 2018. Due to the passage of time, these studies require updating. The Ministry of Works and Transport received my guidance to work with China Hui for upgrading the Goli, Paida, Zombo on a pre-financing basis dated 23rd September 2024. The ministry is working with the contractor to update the designs before commencement of the procurement. Right, Honorable Speaker and members, I got another question from Honorable Achayo Julie, Ngora County. Right, Honorable Speaker, the member is their new compensation figures were arbitrarily determined and are inadequate. The line ministry once assured the Committee on National Economy that compensation was well provided for, yet on ground our people are crying for. And her prayer is that the minister sends valuers on ground to transparently explain to the PAPs how the compensation figures were arrived at. This is the only way to eliminate controversies and have a seamless execution of the long-awaited project. My response, Right Honorable Speaker and members, is that the compensation awards given to the project-affected persons were as a result of the market research, and consequently, these were approved by the Chief Government Valuer. However, where grievances arise, we have a grievance readiness mechanism on the project through project grievance management committees for the respective sub-counties to take note of these issues. Our land acquisition team has been instructed to go back on ground and address these issues. Question number 15, Right Honorable Speaker and members, came from Honorable Okeo Peter, Bukoli Island, County, Namaingo District. He says that Parliament appropriated the money last financial year for rescue centers on our lakes to save people from water accidents on Siguru, Kalangala, and the Buvuma Islands. To date, none is functional. And the prayer is, can you please update on the matter? And this is my response, and I believe this is the last question I got. Right Honorable Speaker and members, these funds which were allocated under the Multinational Lake Victoria Maritime Communication and Transport Project. The project was funded by African Development Bank and Government of Uganda, which commenced in 2018 and was completed in March 2026. The Government of Uganda component is still ongoing with plan to construct 4 search and rescue centers at the following: Misonzi landing site, that is Kalangala district; Numba Emu landing site, that is Vuvuma Island; Rwanika landing site, that's Mayuge district; Kiyindi landing site, Bonda landing site, Buyikwa district. Funds have been allocated in the budget of financial year 2026-2027 for construction works for 1 search and rescue center under Government of Uganda development at Misonzi landing site in Kalangala district. Procurement has already started. Right Honorable Speaker and members, I beg to submit.
Thank you, Right Honorable Prime Minister. As you clearly stated at the beginning, we should have taken 20 minutes. We've taken 45 minutes, but because you had all these questions, so I would like to guide that your team should be looking at between 8 to 10 questions so that we can have more time for oral questions. I want to thank the ministers who are here to give you support in case you need any. So now we are going to questions for oral answer. Colleagues, these are not matters of national importance to begin with. Number 2, it's 1 minute strictly. Number 3, no follow-up questions. Yes. Yeah, it's Prime Minister's time. I want to accommodate as many as possible. Very sharp questions and sharp answers from the Right Honourable Prime Minister. And I'm going to start with Honourable Grania Hope. I don't know. Honorable Otuke.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to also appreciate Right Honorable Prime Minister for helping us in aiding a fairly smooth implementation of the trade order in Mubende municipality. However, Right Honorable Prime Minister, this came with a few challenges. For example, we have carpenters who were shifted from the Mubende Highway to Fort Potro, and these were put next to the Regional Referral Hospital, Right Honorable Prime Minister. And we have been facing challenges with electricity supply to the Regional Referral Hospital, which has led to a downtime of some of the equipment in the Regional Referral Hospital. Right Honorable Prime Minister, these carpenters are over 200 people, and the machines they use consume a lot of power. Right Honorable Prime Minister, I'm glad to report to you that I earlier on...
Thank you. Right Honorable Prime Minister. Yeah. Okay. No, colleagues, I was very clear from the beginning. It's 1 minute and you have to use it extensively. Can I request, Right Honourable Prime Minister, that the member writes the question so that you are able to consult with the local government? It seems to be a long one.
Right Honourable Speaker, tomorrow I'm going to Mubende. I believe she's aware. We are going to the market of Mubende. We are also going to see those people who were affected. I promise that my sister, she knows we have always worked together. We shall go and handle this.
Thank you. Otuke, Honorable Beja Susan, followed by Honorable Kapyagon Brian.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, allow me to inquire from Right Honorable Prime Minister. The other day she was on the floor of Parliament and she stated that Cabinet has accepted to support all the districts surrounding Karamoja. But it was on Monday we received a call from Office of the Prime Minister that we are supposed to submit only 3 sub-counties. Yet the district is aware that she said the ministry is going to support all the surrounding districts. I beg to know.
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Right Honourable Speaker and members, the fact is government has been able to provide food to the drought affected people of Karamoja who had started dying. Everybody is aware. And we thought it wise that the neighbors who are under the same the same area may also have been affected. And these are the districts of Agago, Chitigum, the districts of Katakwi, Otuke, the districts of Kaperabyong. Let Honorable Speaker and members, we were given 45 billion to provide food. Because the processes were too long, the procurement process, the President guided and directed me to use NEC. NEC is a commercial arm of UPDF. And that's why we are able to provide food in that shortest time. And we started with those people who are dying. We have been seeing this on TV. Now next is going to be the neighboring districts.
Thank you. Honorable Kapyagon Brian, followed by Honorable Kitty Peter and Honorable Yagara Chijama.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. For the record, my name is Brian Kapyagon Besta, representing the people of Kongasis County. Right Honorable Speaker, the African Development Bank funded the construction of Swam One Border Point. It was completed, including the road from Kapchorwa to Swam. But as we talk, in the design, the one-stop border point included the market. The design was there, available. They looked for land, the land was available. But up to date, not been constructed. Our people are selling in the dust, looking left, right, there is no market. So I would like the Prime Minister to tell the people of Kongasis County, and particularly the people of Som, where this market is. The money was available. But
thank you. Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker and members, the issue to upgrade markets across border points was initiated by the President. The markets are Mutukula and many other markets across the country. And we got a facility under the African Development Bank. As for the update, I will request the Ministry of Trade to go on ground and ascertain what truly happened.
Thank you. Honorable Kitty Peter, followed by Honorable Yagara Chijama.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. My concern is Sebei is well endowed with children who are talented in athletics. It's actually, I would say, it can actually earn more than probably even the oil reserves in Hoima. But unfortunately, I think somehow we have had a little misplaced priority. In this case, I was really asking the Prime Minister if we can invest, if we have a special intention to invest in the athletics in Sebei. I am sure currently Kenya earns $77 million from athletics, while Uganda, we are earning around 500 million Ugandan shillings.
Thank you. Right Honourable Prime Minister. The system is automatic, so. Yeah.
Right Honourable Speaker and members, Government of Uganda prioritizes athletics from our brothers in Sebei sub-region. That's why we have Teriet. You know, we have invested heavily in that area. We shall continue Teriet training ground. We shall continue to invest.
Thank you. Honorable Yagarachi, followed by Honorable Shamim Marende.
Right Honorable Speaker, I am Ayagalachi Jamal, representing the people of Koli County North. Right Honorable Prime Minister, during the campaigns, the President pledged all town councils and sub-counties without health center 3s. Our people are suffering Namayemba Town Council, Mwayo Town Council, Nabokalula, and so on. Right Honorable Prime Minister, you used to say that daughters and sons of Usoga, you are the grandmother of all of us in Usoga. Kindly, can you intervene and you see the progress in these things that were pledged by the President? Lastly, on the issue of the central market of Ujiri district, they're in bad condition. Kindly, Lord Prime Minister, can you come and visit these people and see how they are, the challenges they are facing in the Ujiri district? Thank you.
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Right Honourable Speaker and members, I know you are aware our policy as government is to make sure that every sub-county in this country receives a health center 3, and that every county or constituency receives a health center 4. Every district, a district hospital. That's our policy. We are currently looking for money to make sure that the remaining, is it 300? Where is it, Jane Banangi? We still have 300 something health facilities that are yet to be covered. My grandsons and granddaughters will be covered also. Then the market of Bugiri, and we have a project that has been rolling out throughout the country to support municipal councils' markets. Bugiri will also benefit in this project that we are designing right now.
Thank you, Honorable Shamim Marende, followed by Honorable Metri Nanzara.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Marende Shamim, Kampala District. I rise on the persistent flooding in Kampala, which continues to endanger lives and also cause destruction of property and disrupt businesses due to inadequate drainage systems. Every time it rains, places like St. Mary Kudembe Market, New Tax Park, Nabukera Plaza, they flood. People's motorcycles and vehicles are swept away by the rains. What measures is the government taking to improve on Kampala's drainage infrastructure and also compensate victims who are business owners? I beg to submit.
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Right Honourable Speaker and members, this Monday we received a comprehensive plan from KCCA on how to conclusively manage flooding in Kampala. Some work has been done and she's aware. I want you to remember that last year, traders, in October last year, some traders lost a lot of property due to flooding. And this made it impossible for people to do business. And the government is earmarked 20 billion. We are going to compensate those people. However, in order for us to have a lasting solution, 18 drainage systems were constructed since that time around the central business area. And that's why these days we have had, I think, a number of downpours these days. It's not flooding. But this has been reoccurring since when our people, the Nabukera Plaza, those people who constructed, remember there was a policy to construct underground parking spaces. And people decided to put shops underground. And so when they did that, flooding became imminent. And that's why we have been having this. But since that time, we have constructed and opened more channels. Remember this Ham, the Ham building and many others. These days, it's not flooding. And I want members to thank Ham for the good work he has done in supporting government open some other drainage channels, and water now can move from up down without affecting our traders. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Right Honorable. Honorable Metri Nanzara, followed by Honorable Kwizara Eddie, followed by Honorable Mamawi James and Honorable Sarah Kabarokore. Colleagues, I've started with members whom I had pending matters of national importance, and I told them that I'll clear them from here. So they are written here. So you don't need to make a prayer before me. You don't need to do what. Just it's just being on this list that I first sort out that. Okay? Yeah. So just settle down. I first sort that. Yes. I promised yesterday. You remember, and I said those with pending matters of national importance, I'll handle them today. But colleagues, you have microphones here. I'm going to start restricting the front microphone to cabinet only.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker, it refused. I've tried.
Oh, sorry.
Excuse me, sir.
Yeah. Yes, Honorable Metri.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this chance also to speak something. May God bless you so much. By the names, I'm called Nanzala Metrin, MP Namisindwa County. Mr. Speaker, sir, I'm here, and our dear Prime Minister has said, and I was very happy that there are health centers which are there, and me in my constituency, we have suffered for more than 20 years without health facilities. Really, I have 13 sub-counties, but over 9 sub-counties lack health center 3s, and people have died, mostly pregnant women. And I'm taking, just briefly, I'm taking care of orphans, and really the number of orphans is increasing day and night, Mr. Speaker. And another issue is about Mount Elgon National Park. Please, we need a boundary, proper demarcation, so that people are not beaten, are not. Really, Mr. Speaker, I do request that at least there will be safety of demarcation and landmarked to stop these recurring conflicts in Mount Elgon National Park. We are no longer going for malaria. We used to go for malaria, but they have been cutting people. Rebels or no? Mr. Speaker, I do beg to move. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Thank you. God bless you too. Thank you.
Right Honorable Speaker and members, in 2022-2023, I was in Mbale together with the Ministries of Water and Environment, the Ministry of Wildlife and Antiquities, Tourism, Wildlife and Antiquities, and the Ministry of Lands, and the local leaders, including members of parliament. We had the first meeting at Mbale Resort. Then we also took an aerial view and eventually agreed that we do boundary opening, which was done in 2023. That Honorable Speaker and members, in 2024, a report was brought to my office, which report was presented in the cabinet. It was found out that a number of people had encroached on Mount Elgon, and the Mount Elgon National Park had also encroached on some members' land. And so since that time, we instituted a committee involving local leaders, the RDCs in those districts, and we await a report to see, because we are negotiating with members. Because if the national park encroached on you, and that land is an enclave, still you will have issues of landslides. So we are negotiating with the communities to allow government take over that land that is dangerous for members to settle. But also, the members will be relocated to safer places, because some of them are also inside the. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Right Honorable. Yesterday we discussed that issue a little bit, and we requested the minister to bring a statement, but after she has come to cabinet, because we are having problems across the country, areas neighboring national parks. We feel we should resolve that issue. Let government really sort out that issue of boundaries, so that we know and we live in reality. So I want to thank you, and I hope it can be resolved fully. Yes, Honorable Kwizera Eddie, followed by Honorable Mama James.
Right Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. Right Honorable Speaker, the people of Chisoro have a special relationship with the Prime Minister, because she knows Chisoro very well, and she knows the Buchimbiri County is the most visited county in the whole country, but it has not had any share of tarmac. Yet some people who are investors, like in this house, Honorable Kate Shumba here, who has a very good hotel in my constituency, since I don't represent him. So I want to be saved, Right Honorable. When are we having a share of the tarmac? And secondly, when are we having Chisoro categorized as a refugee affected district? I thank you.
Right Honorable Prime Minister. Minister for Works is here to support the Prime Minister. Right Honorable, you're on your own. And I know you can manage. No
Yes,
issues
no,
of works.
I know Bukimbiri, but I wanted the ministry to give a concrete answer. I am aware that we gave priority to tourism roads, and that is one of them. There are concrete plans by government to make sure that, because we get a lot of funds from tourists, I request that you allow me direct the Ministry of Works and Transport to come with a comprehensive answer to that. Or next Thursday, I will come with a written answer.
Thank you. Right Honorable, yesterday we handled the issue of roads and we referred it to the Committee on Physical Infrastructure. So let the component of tourism roads come out properly. We shouldn't burden you. And when we are debating and the resolutions that we might get out, we shall ensure we share with you. But I know that area very well. I think around 60% of the money from Bwindi comes from that side, that enclave of Rubuguri. It's the most visited by all kinds of tourists. And even this coming week, the Speaker of the Parliament of Czech Republic is flying in just for Gora tracking. You know, so you can see the kind of people who are coming from all over. So we need to support the roads in those areas. Honorable Mamawi, followed by Honorable Kabarokore.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Mamawi James, Adjuman East Constituency. Right Honourable Speaker, our people live in fears because we have outbreak of straying animals, that is dog, causing a disease called human rabies to the people. And when they are affected or attacked, you go to hospital, you don't get vaccine, which are supposed to be given to those who are affected in the hospital and health facilities. Right Honourable Speaker, can government help us provide vaccine? And secondly, if possible, can government use scientific way to eliminate those spraying dogs? I thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, Right Honourable.
Right Honourable Speaker and members, I am lucky I was in the Ministry of Health, so I'm going to give an answer that will help us all. Colleagues, the issue of rabies, we agreed as a ministry then that we needed to vaccinate our dogs because it is cheaper. Each vaccine costs 2,000 Uganda shillings. Vaccinating human beings, each dose is at 25,000. Then, I don't know now, and that would cost 75,000. So vaccinating animals is cheaper, and so that's why we went for that option. And the vaccines are always available everywhere in the health. So I would urge members to take this to our communities so that we don't have people who are dying of rabies.
But beyond that, Right Honourable Prime Minister, the stray dogs which are giving them problems, do you think government would be of help in any way? Because being bitten by a dog is also another problem. Even if you're here, being attacked by an animal is bad enough.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. And members, rabies is a zoonotic disease that is prevalent in affected dogs and can also affect human beings. We have taken measures to address areas where it is prevalent. We have educated masses. One is that we should vaccinate our pet animals, including dogs, and make sure that when you keep a dog, is vaccinated. For stray dogs, we have mechanism that we deal with stray dogs, and that's how we have been able to deal with Kampala. But we advise the community, one is that when you see a stray dog and you have been bitten by a dog or any animal, you should report immediately to the health facility. We keep some emergencies in all hospitals to deal with these unfortunate incidents. But also encourage people not to keep a lot of garbage, because unnecessary garbage also attracts these animals. But all in all, is that we are actually trying to make sure that we deal with stray dogs when we get reports about stray dogs. And I take interest to listen to the member and go to the area and use our veterinary officers to make sure that we actually deal with those stray dogs. Unfortunately, we used to use
Honourable, we usually have very short answers because of the limited time. Thank you for being generous with information. Honourable Sarah Kabarokore, Honourable Ekoro, followed by Honourable Ekoro Alex, and Honorable Arika Sidi Uganda.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. My name is Sarah Kabarokole, Bunyangabu District. Right Honorable Speaker, along the Fort Portal Bunyangabu Kasese Road, specifically in Bunyangabu District, in villages of Bunjojo, Kasunga Nyanja, Changa, there has been accidents happening time and again in that stretch. And we have written to the executive director several times. We have written to UNRA, but we haven't yet been answered. And we have lost lives, we have lost goods, and this has not been only for Ugandans, but the whole of East Africa. So my prayer is that there should be an expansion on Kasunga Nyanja playground to eliminate that sharp.
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
We shall send the team of engineers to do the assessment, and we shall thereafter come up with the way forward.
Thank you. Honourable Kora Alex. Kora Alex, followed by Ali Kasidie Nganda. Ali Kasidie Nganda. Honourable, oh, he's here. Former mayor, he can make us.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. First of all and foremost, I want to congratulate you for being elected for this August House and being the custodian of rules. Right Honourable Speaker, my name is Kasiyenganda Ali, known as Muyanyama before the mayor. And I have experience before the amendment of KCC Act 2019. I was out as a speaker and a political head. So I can say I read what I have as a speaker.
I thought the experience of eating meat as a Muyanyama.
Right Honourable Speaker, I'm Honourable Kasirenganda Ali, known as Muyanyama, but the purpose of record is Kasirenganda Ali. I'm representing the people of Machinge East, which is the land of Sugarland, because of the environment and the prominent people staying there. Right Honourable Speaker, my issue here is the National Cleaning Day. It's a national importance, yeah. Right Honourable Speaker.
No, it's Prime Minister's time.
Prime Minister.
Yeah, but Honourable, you see,
the question.
Please, you donated all
just
the time
minute.
praising me.
1 minute. 1 minute.
Okay, 1 minute.
1 minute. Right Honourable Speaker, the National Cleaning Day is a noble cause for keeping Uganda clean, but it is a economic pain to our traders, travelers, for the exercise to being driven or drive for 4 hours. Right Honourable Speaker, to avoid that for our traders, let's be with 1 hour. It is enough for our special noble cause for keeping Uganda clean. But our traders, the social service, our people in the city, the community are suffering on daily bread. Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, former Speaker. Right Honourable.
Right Honourable Speaker and members, the National Cleaning Days were started on 25th of July 2026. This came after vigorous processes by Cabinet. Members, we thought it wise as a government, under the wise leadership of His Excellency President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, who came up with this idea that every last Saturday of a month, we as Ugandans take this responsibility to clean our country. Right Honourable Speaker and members, you will realize that 75% of the disease burden we have in our country is due to sanitation issues. Already, those of you who are moving around Kampala and other municipal councils, the places are already clean. How did we come to the 3 hours? Right Honorable Speaker, we thought 3 hours from 7 to 10, 3 hours is enough for people to clean. As we are starting, you will realize that in Kampala it was not easy. There was a lot of garbage in Kampala and many other municipal councils and towns. Why? There is a cost on domestic waste.
Right Honourable, since you promised a statement next week, can we have the details in that statement where we shall debate?
I think so. But I thought I would give members challenges.
We save time here. I know we pick many questions which are emergency.
Giving an answer that is not really well structured is also not easy. Because National Cleaning Days, I want to thank Ugandans. They welcomed the idea of the president, and I want to thank the president for this.
Thank you.
Next time is on 29th of this month, and we are going to do better.
Thank you. So next week we have a statement. The Prime Minister volunteered for government to bring a statement, which will help us to ask all these questions that are pending. Honorable Naguja Judith, followed by Honorable Nangor Umar.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Judith Naguja, representing Buvuma Islands. I would like to thank the government for giving the people of Buvuma a modern ambulance and a modern ferry. However, on the side of a modern ferry, the pier was not completed. The protecting bars along the docking zone, both at Shiindi and Shilongo, are not complete, making it too dangerous to the passengers. Call upon the Ministry of Works to complete that work. And on the side of the modern water ambulance, the ambulance is too expensive in terms of fuel consumption. The district and health center folk cannot afford to fund it in cases, especially for emergencies of mothers. There is need for special fuel consideration.
Right Honorable Prime Minister. Yes, Minister for Health is here.
Thank you. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Yes, it's very true that water transport is very expensive, especially in terms of fuel, because of the viscosity. The ambulances were just an emergency measure, but the long-term solution is to ensure we build capacity on the islands to handle the emergencies. That is Namaingo, Mayuge, Buvuma, and Kalangala, by enhancing the spectrum of services in the health center force and deployment of more staff. But as a matter of immediate concern, we have taken note of that, and we shall ensure that the fuel allocation for the boat ambulances is increased. Thank you.
Thank you. The other one of the peer, I think Minister of Works, you should follow up with the Minister of Works. Yeah, so that the docking side is here. Honorable Nangor Umar, Honorable Seru Kenya David, followed by Honorable Kirunji Hanet Pamela, Honorable Faith Nakut.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Right Prime Minister, allow me to bring to your attention that the interns were deployed on Monday, that was 3rd, but I want to bring to your attention that none of them has reported because of the interns policy. And the the previous cohort is soon concluding work. And you know it very well that in the country we have a doctor-to-patient ratio of 125,000, which is bridged by the interns. My humble prayer that you update the House on how far that policy has reached, because there are going to be a gap. And lastly, the challenge is that whoever does not report by 14th will be cancelled. So I need your update. Thank you.
Okay. Right now, what he has not told you is one of them. So our interns, thank you. Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Right Honourable Speaker and members, in my statement of the business for the week, the issue of interns will be handled on this floor.
Thank you.
Conclusively.
Thank you. Colleagues, sometimes when you see statements of this nature and the Prime Minister is asking, sometimes they are going back to Cabinet at first, consult and conclude. So you get an answer that is well supported. Honourable Chirunj Anet Pamela, followed by Honourable Nakut Face.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Kirungi Anet Pamela, Kabarole District. Right Honourable Speaker, the road from Mitiana to Chenjojo is being worked on, but specifically the stretch between Chegegwa and Chenjojo is really in a very bad state. I beg something be done on that. Thank you.
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Right Honourable Speaker and members, Chenjojo, Chegegwa, Mubende. Right Honourable Speaker and members, the President directed that that road be worked on using our in-house engineers. Already 11 kilometers, I'm informed, have been worked on. The remaining kilometers will be worked on using the same arrangement. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Honourable Nakut Face, followed by Honourable Kenan Opio and Honourable Bong Peter.
Right Honourable Prime Minister, I want to thank you for the food you sent to Napak District. About 40,000 households received it. Now, my worry is there is a whole year ahead. The 30 kgs per household cannot feed people for 1 year. We need to support them to grow own food. I have consulted the meteorology department and they have assured me that rains in Napak will fall in September and up to December. It's a window. They have even gone ahead to mobilize people in some of our markets to grow food, but they need seed. The people of Napak have asked me to ask you to provide seed within the emergency budget, despite the government policy that the Minister of Agriculture communicated yesterday when there is a crisis.
Right Honourable Prime Minister. They are saying instead of emergency food, give them seeds and they plant on their own.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues. My youth is already working on a program, and very soon we're going to be meeting with members of parliament from Karamoja, and we update them on our implementation plan. Thank you.
Thank you. I hope it is soon because it is time, but okay.
We shall call you next week. Even the hose you had talked about, we are dispatching early September. We started with the central part of Uganda and Lango sub-region and Acholi, Karamoja and Western Uganda. Hose are coming early September.
Thank you. Honourable Kenan Opio, followed by Honourable Bong. Honourable Kenan Opio.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues. My name is Kenan Opio, representing Busiro South. I'm raising on a matter of national importance regarding a strategic route of Natete, Kasenge, Nakauka, Maya, and Chisubi, Nakauka, Kasa, and JMPG. The strategic road is meant to digest a traffic flow along Masaka Road, but also a strategic connection of Entebbe City and Kampala to Mpigi. Right Honorable Speaker, it is very difficult now to conduct business due to the levels of dust. And the other time, the Prime Minister told us that the issue was because of compensation. Can we have an update? Otherwise, we have to bridge the gap of infrastructure inadequate for us to be able to boost our economy. Thank you.
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Right Honourable Speaker and members, I want members to appreciate that that road is one of our strategic roads. It's an artery. However, like I told you the other time, compensation became a little tricky. From that stretch of Natete Nakauka. 170 billion. It became quite challenging. So we agreed in cabinet that that road be designed according to the available land. In very, very dangerous areas. So we are going to reduce and work within what we can manage.
Thank you, Right Honourable Prime Minister. Honourable Bong Peter.
Thank you so much.
By Honourable Bigarot.
Thank you so much, the Right Honourable Speaker. My name is Peter Obong Achura, the area member of Parliament for Maruzi. Right Honourable Prime Minister, on Tuesday, the Minister of Works and Transport presented before this House details of the roads and bridges to be worked on. Masindi Port Ferry Bridge that had the code 1795 was not mentioned. The beneficiaries of this bridge that had expected the bridge to be put in place are asking, where has the bridge gone?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
I don't know where the bridge has gone. However, I will ask the Ministry of Works to make sure that that bridge is equally prioritized. Next time we come, the bridge will be there.
Thank you. Honourable Bigarot, followed by Honourable Teddy Namboze.
Yeah, thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, Water Aid tried to get water for refugees for production, but they touched the eye of the water, and what has produced they cannot handle anymore. Over 50 kilometers has been submerged. Refugee crops, also plants have totally dried. The road has been cut off. My prayer is, Right Honourable, is it possible for Ministry of Water to take over this water that Water Aid can no longer manage and help both the refugees and host community with water for production, and also relieve our people from the burden that they can no longer cross, nor can they grow food in Mvepi Parish in Olupi Sub-County, Terego District. Thank you, Right Honourable.
Thank you, Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Right Honourable Speaker and members, still I refer that to the Ministry of Works.
Okay. Honourable Teddy Namboze, followed by Honourable Charity Chibaju.
Thank you so much, the Right Honourable, for this opportunity. My matter of national importance relates to the delayed delivery of an ambulance to Maukta South constituency under the Ministry of Health's National Emergency Medical Service Program. In November 2023, the ministry committed to provide at least one type B ambulance to every constituency. While Maukta North received Maukta South is yet to receive one and currently has no ambulance at all. This is a matter of urgency because the constituency hosts a major sector of Kampala-Masaka-Mbarara Highway, which is highly prone to road traffic accidents. I therefore pray that the Prime Minister and the Minister of Health updates this House on when the ambulance.
Right Honourable Prime Minister. Thank you,
Right
Honourable
Honourable
Teddy.
Speaker and members, I know members are aware that in the last term of office, in the 11th Parliament, this Parliament appropriated money and we bought, that's why you are hearing of bought ambulances and some ambulances, and that covered only 54% of the requirement. This financial year, 2026-2027, we have budgeted for 50 ambulances. I promise that that constituency will be covered.
Thank you, Honourable Chibaju, followed by Honourable Kiwanuka Sulaiman and Honourable Okero Patrick Ongoti.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. My name is Chibaj Charity Kamhanda, Woman Representative, Mbara City. I rise to draw attention of this august House to the fire outbreak that have occurred in the timber market in Biafra Sale, Kamkuzi Ward, Mbara City North, Mbara City, in the morning of 4th August 2026. Right Honourable Prime Minister, this incident has resulted in significant losses to 152 timber dealers, with their businesses and premises destroyed and other economic activities severely disrupted. We experienced the same incident on 21st July 2023 in the same area.
Right Honourable, how can they be helped? Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Right Honourable Speaker and members, I got this information 2 days ago when Barugahare Baram was in Imbarara. He put me on the microphone. You know his style. And I committed to those people of Imbarara that I'm sending there a team, which team left today morning to Imbarara. And I request that you give me just some little time. After assessing the extent of damage, we shall come and look for supportive measures. But I also want, yes, we shall take a formal decision on how to support them. But I also want members to see how best, because I'm told it is reoccurring almost every hour. So we need to see how best we can protect our businesses from such fires.
Thank you, Honourable Kiwanuka Sulaiman. Honourable Okero Patrick.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Congratulations for having ascended into that office. Don't worry. My concern is arise on the issue of the last concluded election of LC1s. We all went and participated in this election, but I think we had a lot of flaws, from voter intimidations, the lining up issues, the issues of the voter register tampering, and all that. We now have the election for LC2s and the Women Council coming up. I am sorry to report that we have noticed that the sensitization that we talked about has even reduced, and we are worried that the election of the LC2s may be a disaster. So we request the Office of the Prime Minister, I'm happy that the Minister of Justice is here, to prevail of.
Right Honourable.
Right Honourable Speaker and members, I am happy to report that 72% of all the elected positions at LC1 were taken by NRM. %19 by independent who are leaning to NRM. And that makes you to know what will happen. This also helps us to inform the whole world that the NRM won convincingly the just concluded elections that brought us in power. And this shows you that the opposition in this country have no space in Uganda. Now that I have the Minister of Justice and Constitutional
They
Affairs,
have no space or they are weak?
limited space, limited space, I'm sorry, limited space. And so his question now, you are aware that from LC1 executive, those are now the voters of LC2.
Right.
I request that you protect me. That means those who are already one are the ones who are going to vote and to be voted in LOC2. Now that I have who is in charge of Electoral Commission, come and conclude his question and answer.
No, Minister for
No,
Justice.
right honorable, you know his DP, we have a very concrete marriage.
That's why we even have petitions. I also have a petition against, we even have petitions. I also have a petition against me in court. So the proper thing is to follow the law. If there's any breach of the law in the election, the same laws also provide ways of redress, and that's what we would encourage. Where crimes have been committed and there is evidence, we should follow them up. I want to assure all members who have any complaints here that if you share with us the details of the information, we can guide on how meetings can be held. Nevertheless, we must not lose faith.
My two around 7 widows who had got around 7 widows who had got money for PDM. All their animals were killed. Got money for PDM. All their animals were killed. A Catholic church was blown off, and a Catholic church was blown off, and a Church of Uganda, including for Muslims. When are you helping?
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Honourable Katsime Jovia Kidiandongo.
Honourable Prime Minister, with the enhancement of teachers' salaries, there is a gap which has opened up with the other staff in different schools. School buses.
Right Honourable
Through the Prime Minister, first of all, I want my honourable colleague to thank us for finally increasing the teachers' pay.
Uganda General, because of the power line that goes to the hospital, which has its electricity is not regular. We have written to the Ministry of Energy, we have written to the manager UEDCL, and we have written to your office as well, but no response has been given, and now the oxygen plant is redundant.
Across ministries, departments, and agencies. We started with scientists, followed by security, and now teachers. We shall go step by step, and that category or cohort of workers will also receive the pay rise in the near future. Right Honourable Speaker and members, I have
line that we allocate and I would urge that they explore the possibility. But if it's a major repair, like an accident, then the ministry can look into it. If it's a write-off, then we could replace.
Honorable Annette.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable.
Honorable Annette.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. During the commissioning of Karuma Dam in Kiryandongo district, the president pledged to tarmac Katulikire Mutunda Atura Road, and also to provide a ferry for the people of Kiryandongo and the neighboring district around that area. My question goes to the Prime Minister. What steps has the government taken to make sure that the pledge is fulfilled? Thank you.
Right Honorable.
Right Honorable Speaker and members, we already have the designs, and we are now currently looking for money so that we can have a ferry along that stretch.
Thank you. Honorable Rokbar Emma, followed by Honorable Annette Nabaduka.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, for giving me this second opportunity to speak on the behalf of my people, Karamoja. Honorable Speaker, Nablatuk is one of the hardest places to reach. The majority of the people have not embraced education. The reason is that primary schools have not been established in many parishes. For example, Honorable Speaker, Nakobekobe Parish, Ashegertolim, Moruangibui, Natopojo Parish, Nakayot Parish, Nabilatuk Town Council. These parishes children have to walk more than 10 kilometers to access their services, whereby not all of them endure with the challenges of accessing education. Kindly, I do request that the Minister of Education to help and plan to...
Right Honorable.
First of all, Right Honorable Speaker, let me begin by congratulating my neighbor, because Nabilatuk directly borders Ngariam. We share one common border.
I hope she's a good neighbor.
She's a good neighbor.
In terms of cattle.
No, this one I can confirm. This one is a good neighbor.
Okay.
And one who is very positive. We work closely in terms of dealing with the wrong elements who are the warriors. Secondly, I want to remind her that it is true we have a government policy to construct a primary school per parish. It is also true that the Ministry of Education and Sports submitted a cabinet paper with detailing all our plans on our requirements holistically across the country. And if I'm to go on record, I think that cabinet paper was talking about 5.7 trillion Uganda shillings. We had asked, beginning this financial year, that they give us at least every year about 500 to 700 billion, so that we would be able to meet all the demands of requirements of primary schools in all parishes across the country without a primary school. However, Right Honorable Speaker, it is also us who agitate for the creation of administrative units. I want to appeal to us. As of now, the planning of government is to ensure the existing almost 10,000 parishes are fully covered with the existing primary schools. But the challenge which normally comes, as you plan for 10,000 or for 7,000, we again create additional. That creates a lot of difficulties in terms of completing these plans as per what is within our policy. So ours is entirely to request that no more creation of additional administrative units in order for us to fulfill the plan which we have. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Nabaduka Annette, followed by Honorable Mugabe Robert.
Thank you, Right Honorable. Nabaduka Annette, Woman Member of Parliament from Kibale District. My concern goes directly to Right Honorable Prime Minister, even Minister of Works. You've presented a good report, but to my bitter part, you didn't talk about presenting a comprehensive report on how they will do rehabilitation of roads. Now for the Minister of Works, we brought this question here. We're saying that some of the roads that were constructed, the road signs was torn off, alleged by maybe contractors or those people who are doing welding. And you talked of having a comprehensive report back to us, which we've not heard from your report. We want road signs back on road because we are...
Right, Honorable Prime Minister. I think this is an issue we can handle, Honorable Nabaduka, when we are dealing with a comprehensive report from the roads, which the Minister is going to bring. No, we didn't complete it because the issue...
Discuss this report which was presented yesterday, and some of the roads that you are talking about are part of that report. I want to suggest that members...
Right Honourable Speaker, I want to join. Right Honourable Speaker, I want to join my colleagues to congratulate you upon retaining. My colleagues to congratulate you upon retaining that seat. I want also to, that's it. I want also to thank the Speaker. I want to know.
Today here is now a minister in charge of fisheries. Honourable Anywa Ricky.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Anywa Ricky.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I am Wokuri Joffrey, representing the people of Bungo South County, Bale District. Bungo South County, Bale District. My question is in relation to...
And Right Honourable Speaker, I'm happy the colleague was my actually former head teacher. And I want to congratulate him.
He must be proud of you.
And I'm happy that they stop teachers, head teachers, implement by stopping children coming to study in order for the money to be paid by parents. If I may to ask my teacher, well, I again want to reiterate here to the country of Uganda, and the President has been very emphatic, that the challenge we have today is absenteeism and high school dropouts of our this is all caused by...
Minister.
Yes.
Really, I think this... Now, if I have
to draw our attention to the statement I mentioned earlier on.
Now, if I have to draw
our attention to the statement I mentioned earlier on here.
Now, if I have
to draw our attention to the statement I mentioned earlier on here. The Ministry of Education and Sports, through all district education officers, carried out assessment across the country, or the assessment across the country, or the needs of each primary school, each secondary school, the needs of each secondary school, the needs I'm addressing are the following. Number one, what is the requirement of number of teachers per primary school? What is my own constituents? I can give you a live example. In line with my duty of oversight, I went to a school called Ilale Primary School. Pupils had abandoned the school. I asked, what is the problem? They are asking us, primary one, to pay 10,000 for exam fee. Number two, they are asking us to pay 15,000 for development fee. They are asking us 10,000. So in total unit, a parent was being asked to pay 45,000. I asked the management of the school, where did you get this authority? It went back, sir. It is because the government, where the law gives us power to charge. I said, did you sit and have consultation with all the management? They said no. Furthermore, even those who paid, if went and cross-checked on what they asked this money for, it did not serve the intended purpose. This is where the problem is. And I really want to call upon us. We have a decision to either stick to the principle as to why UPE, USE was established. Oh, one time the president was asking the people when he was moving around, do we continue with UPE or we abolish it and we ask you to pay? But I remember areas people said no, we want UPE to continue. So the question which is for all of us, Honorable Speaker, today as Minister of Education and Sport, support us, our demand, so that we get this money. Once we get this money, we have no reason as to why we cannot be able to implement the free universal secondary and primary education. But as of now, as the Minister of Education, we have still said, can we allow our children to continue studying without paying money in line with the policy of UPE and USE? I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable, I'm a big ally of yours on that issue. What I was highlighting to you are the challenges we face down on the ground. And I do hope working together, plus right honorable, the issue of ghost teachers and ghost pupils, you find some are getting what they are not supposed to be getting. Then these ones are suffocated. So I think we need to streamline well, but I'm sure each one of us here will support the issue of free universal primary and secondary. In fact, compulsory should be compulsory free universal and secondary education. Yeah.
For the record, the cabinet paper was for compulsory free universal secondary education, compulsory free primary universal primary education. That was the subject matter of the paper. Thank you so much.
I would be glad one day if you can extract a statement, a detailed statement. You bring it here, we give you time, you mobilize us, we discuss, we give the support, we see how we can fill the gaps together, and we move. Yes, right, Honorable.
I'm sorry to interject. We continue to suffer and struggle with the ghost teachers, like you have said. Ghost pupils. You saw the other day when my brother Baram was in Mount Elgon counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think time is going to come we all go in and support the Minister of Education and the Minister of Local Government. I have no problem seeing members of Parliament because that saving can truly help us to come up with something tangible. We all need to move and put on our gumboots and go in schools. We say even if it means making one day compulsory, we all go and say even if it's a week and count these pupils one by one, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, come out, come in, and we make a saving.
That's how you count, right, Honorable? Yes, Agago West.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. Right Honorable Speaker, in 2023, Ministry of Agriculture dispatched experts, engineering experts to Agago to identify water points where they can install irrigations to help the farmers. Right Honorable Speaker, up to now, they have not gone back and the work has not taken off. Right Honorable Speaker, this irrigation system would help a lot, especially during this crisis of climate change, where our people are suffering from the weather changes. Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to know from the Minister what is going on and when will they fund.
Thank you, Right Honorable.
Maybe, if you allow me, because I didn't really capture the last, you cut him off. If he can repeat.
We have the system cut him off. We have 1 minute.
So irrigation.
It's not me.
Okay, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues. Water for irrigation, that is production, is under Ministry of Agriculture. And There was also another member of parliament from Butambala who raised the same issue. So we are requesting most of you fellow members to put most of your requests into writing to Ministry of Agriculture, especially where you feel it is a cooperative or it is a small, because a member raised a member of parliament talked about how we are only focusing on people with 10 acres and ignoring those with few acres. So I request you please write to us. We are always there to receive your requests, and we shall be updating you very soon on. Last time you passed a loan, but it is under Ministry of Water, but we're also going to work with them. When you send to us, Ministry of Water receives from Ministry of Agriculture after sending our technical teams into your respective districts. Thank you.
Now, Right Honourable Prime Minister, can I propose that you coordinate the two ministries and we get a statement on the implementation of a water for production projects, like how we've had one for electricity, energy, we've had one on roads, and the members get aware. You might find some projects are even ongoing in their constituencies and they don't know. Okay? Yeah. Thank you. Honorable, I had picked you, Honorable.
Yeah,
yes.
You had picked me. Thank you so much.
Followed by a Manafa.
Thank you so much, Right Honourable Speaker. Profound gratitude to the Right Honourable Prime Minister. The work you did when you came and visited Intreto constituency with regard to the evictions that are being protracted by the NFA corrupt officials. Maybe my humble request to you, Mama, is I think what you started, you should finish it. What is left is kindly instruct the two ministries, the one of lands and then the one of water and environment, to turn up. What is key now is to have the key surveyors from these ministries to help us know the clear-cut boundaries of NFA land. Because remember, the corrupt officials, what they did, they extended into people's land for private minor land and also on the other hand for public land. When we demarcate, we shall be able to know. Lastly, but not least, you need to save a very one.
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Like he has said, I have been to that place. I was directed by the President to go there, and what I found was crisscrossing issues between the Ministry of Water and the NFA then, and we agreed to have surveyors with the Ministry of Lands to go on ground, which they did. So I will just go back in my office together with my brother, and we see what truly transpired, then we disseminate the report to the people.
Manafa, followed by Jonam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My name is Rose Mutonyi Masava. I was calling myself Manafa. I'm Rose Mutonyi Masava from Manafa district. Madam Prime Minister, we have a problem. There is a road between Tororo Mbale Road and then Manafa Ruahaha Road. That road is not tarmacked. But Ministry of Works, maybe with finance, decided that all the unloaded trucks that are brought in merchandise, when they are returning, they don't go through Malaba, so that they decongest that post. Now all of them pass through a place called Magodeson in Mbale.
Right Honourable.
I am the one who headed a committee that the President instituted when we had congestion on Malaba. And it is my committee that decided that we divert some vehicles because of congestion on the main road. However, a lot of dust. Yes. We have a plan together with URA, Ministry of Works, to have that road, at least to get low-cost sealing. Because the vehicles go there when they are not heavy. They are empty. The plan is on. I promise that I will follow through.
Thank you, Jonam. Followed by Mwiru.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Prime Minister. Right Honorable Prime Minister, in Pakwach and most of those districts around the park, the rangers of Uganda Wildlife Authority arrest our people on the waters, on many things. That's not the problem. The problem is that they take all our people to Masindi, which is more than 150 kilometers from Pakwach. So our relatives and our people don't have access to family. They don't even have sureties. They don't even have access to minimal things like bail. The Minister of Justice is here, and I'm happy I've asked him this same question twice before the Committee of Legal, and I've followed to ask the Prime Minister. But now that he's here, he could answer the Jonam people directly. Thank you.
Right Honorable Minister for Justice.
Mr. Speaker, I think there's some confusion about portfolios. Obviously, the police is under the Ministry of Internal Affairs, and the UA is under the Ministry of Tourism, Wildlife and Antiquities. Nevertheless, I think let us deal with this case as a case on its own. I would request the honorable member to share with me the details. There will always be those who act outside the law, and it is our duty to make sure that they comply. If they are simply harassing people or terrorizing people who are innocent, then we can deal with it. I request the honorable member to bring me the details of this case, and then I'll work with my other colleagues that I've mentioned, and we take justice.
Thank you. Honorable Mwiru.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. As the acting group, I have very brief issues to raise to the Prime Minister. The first one relates to Right Honorable Prime Minister. Section 82 of the Parliamentary Elections Act requires court to dispose of election petitions within 6 months from the date they were lodged. Election petitions were lodged, and actually the petitioners are in the blackout, yet that is a part of the electoral process. Two, there is a ban on importation of layer birds in the country, which has existed for almost 2 years. But the demand is 3 million in the country, the local capacity is 500, and as a result of the ban, there is selective importation. I don't want to mention colleagues who are here who have that authority to import. So I'm seeking your indulgence to know when is the ban going to be lifted, because many people have actually in the sector, but the ban is still running and there is selective importation by some of the colleagues, even your colleagues in the cabinet. So I don't want to mention names, but you know, I'm seeking your indulgence on those matters. I thank you.
Right Honorable, the issue of permits is a big problem, and I'm really happy. I reached out to Honorable, Right Honorable, if I can just brief you on this, I reached out to Honorable Sanjay Tana, and he was forthcoming and really helpful. And I was very happy to see a minister being firm on the issue of rice and mutukura, where permits were given to a few people, including a hospital, and you deny the actual traders. You know? Yes. It's a shame, Right Honorable. Because you see, if we continue using our authority as government to suffocate the traders, the actual traders for rice, who are importing rice, And you know what pained me, Right Honorable? Because they knew I was passionate about this issue. So they included my sister-in-law among the beneficiaries so that I can keep quiet. And now, how I came to know, I start receiving voices saying Taiwa's company has been given a permit for importing rice. Now we have no one who will fight for us. So on it check, I say, you people, what are you doing? Rice from Tanzania here. You kick out actual rice importers. Then you give, in just 1 minute, in one day, and Right Honorable, they shared time. So they gave 25 companies, and those 25 companies allotted themselves time. Today, all importers go through me. The next day, all importers go through another one. And on a charge where a ton was 110,000, in one single day, a ton went to 180,000. And you are charging Ugandans, and we expect these people to be happy with the government. Sometimes I've seen why people are not happy with the government. It's just, and there are, I don't want to go further, but the Attorney General, former Attorney General knows, we have been dealing with this issue time. Then they keep quiet after like a month, they again resume. Because in 1 week of when it has happened, people have made hundreds of millions. So even if you stop them, and they're having a lot of money to share. So, but I was happy Honorable Sanjay promised. Yes, they will fight those who are. So I'm happy, but Right Honorable, I would request that you follow up also on it. Honorable Sanjay promised he's handling, but I request you look into this so that it stops happening whereby brokers are given licenses to start collecting from actual business people. A hospital which is still under construction gets a permit. An actual trader does not get. And it becomes business as usual for some people. So the issue of permits is being abused. Right Honorable Prime Minister, I brought this passionate to your attention. It is causing us a very bad name. A very, very bad name as a government. Please.
I will go to the issue of layers. We have been importing layers from Denmark, Netherlands, that's Denmark, Turkey, and many other European countries. But in 2025, they reported bird flu in some of those countries. So in order for us as a country not to get problems, some of these importation were stopped. I caused a meeting 2 weeks ago involving the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry specifically, attended by Dr. Demoon. Hope you know these people. Then they said this is so because of bird flu. Not Honorable Speaker, you know I'm a farmer. It has caused a lot of stampede in the country. We are giving people money for PDM, but where to get the stock is now a challenge, including big people like us. For me, when these layers are now off layers, I don't think I will be in business again. But however, our neighboring countries are importing from the same source, and they are bringing here. And so I told my brother, Honorable, I don't know where he has gone. Honorable Bright Wamirama came and told me they have put a technical committee to see how best we can have capacity in the country. I welcomed this idea. If we can do this ourselves, to have the parent stock and then do it ourselves, that will help our people as one option. Option number 2, because we are now in a blackout, many people are out of business, we are going to monitor and give permits to a few people. I think I did the East African community protocols. They don't. They just community protocols. They don't. They just go to Tanzania, get rice into the country. And sometimes this rice is in Tanzania, get rice into the country. And sometimes this rice is imported from other parts of the world. And that rice is put here. And so
House adjourned.